Welcome everyone to Haven of Horror. As always, I am Subject, and we have Robert Flag Wild Randall,
Hello.
someone.
No, that's a spoiler. Don't tell them that.
Don't tell him that you're Randall Flag.
He's a cool guy.
Um, we're here to do the stand. Sorry, I'm all discombobulated now. Uh, this was he made me watch because I wanted to test Robert's patience. We are doing this version of the stand from 1994, which I feel like is kind of forgotten.
It's forgotten unless you're from that generation or a big Stephen King fan. I feel like you generally have to fall into one of those two groups to even know or talk about this. It's not like the It miniseries, which kind of lingered on and was like a big part of a lot of children's or a lot of people's childhoods in the 90s and kind of stuck around through osmosis. And of course, Tim Curry's performance. This didn't really have that kind of lasting power, for better or worse, just in the pop culture zeitgeist. I
Yeah,
feel.
I feel like if I hadn't had access to this as a child, I might not know this exists. So let me
No,
ask
let's make
you,
it.
because
Let's
you've
make
already watched this, right?
it.
Any preamble or any thoughts you want to give before we start this insane project?
Not much other than I think it's pretty good. My main takeaway was just for the time this was made. For people who don't have historical context, this being in '94, I was surprised by how grand scale this was and what they pulled off. They put quite a bit of money into this, and of course, I don't know immediately offhand how the budget of say the Shining miniseries compared to this. It was probably cheaper, but even still, that's a whole story with like three characters in one location, and it looks way cheaper than this. I don't know how that happened because this is surprisingly grand in terms of the amount of sets and locations and speaking roles. Like we've got quite the stacked cast of 80s and 90s who's who of character actors and TV actors, which is kind of interesting. But long story short, I thought it was pretty good. You have to go into this thing having a bit of historical context, but for the time, it is definitely a step above what you think of as like made for TV movies or show or miniseries back in the 90s. I do think this is a cut above a lot.
I'd
Even
say this is
the It
better.
miniseries.
This is better than it, because it is fucking boring. I'm sorry. Outside of like Tim Curry, everything else is boring. It just is. That's gonna be a fun commentary. You're gonna have to drag me through that because I'm just gonna be like,
It's half the length of this.
that's true. It's better than the stand, and I will die on the hill that the stand is not as bad, or the Shining is not as bad as the Shining miniseries. And I will die on the hill that the Shining miniseries is not as bad as people say it is. It does some things better than the Kubrick movie, and you can quote me on
Maybe a couple. Yeah.
that. It does the character stuff a lot better. Anyway, so this so this was a 1994 ABC miniseries. Because that's the other thing to keep in mind. This wasn't like HBO or Showtime or whatever existed at the time. This was just on ABC.
Hmm.
This is cable. Um, this was a 6-hour miniseries, which is really the only way that you can do this. Split into 4 parts. Because much to Robert's annoyance, because they're all uneven runtimes, I think. Um, I'm going to turn on the subtitles. And we are starting with part 1 called The Plague. Robert, do you have The
Thoughts?
Plague?
I do have the plague.
Do you remember after COVID when everyone was like, oh, The Stand is like so much more relatable now?
I missed that discourse probably just because I hadn't watched this yet. I wasn't aware of it. I remember what's that movie called? Contagion. That like blew up on
Mm-hmm.
streaming when COVID kicked in. Like everyone was watching it on Netflix or whatever it was on, and like freaking out about it. This kind of passed me by, but I did have that thought quite a bit watching this. Of oh god, this plays different now.
Yeah. And I saw a tweet. I can never tell if it's one of those fake tweets or whatever. But Stephen King tweeted something, and someone was like, "How do you know? Did you read it?" Because he was talking about The Stand. And I was like, if this is real, just. Hmm. Anyway, I am at timestamp 0. Robert, where are you?
0 as well.
Okay, and this is streaming for free on YouTube if you would like to watch along. And due to the fact that I keep getting these comments, I would just like to remind you that this is not a reaction. This is a commentary podcast. The idea is to either watch the movie with us or listen to it like a podcast. We will never show clips of the thing we are watching because there is a little thing called copyright. And if it is something like Night of the Living Dead that is copyright free, I do not have the technical know how to edit that into the video. So you're just going to have to deal with the fact that we are commentating on what we're watching. Why are you looking up reactions for something you've never seen anyway? Anyway.
Excellent question.
And 3, 2, 1, play. And I have not seen this in a while. Meanwhile, Star Wars.
Oh,
Do you like the obvious music choice here?
Yeah. It's not to love.
Or that's coming up here in a minute.
No, I mean, it's way overplayed now. Don't Fear the Reaper, but I think it's used pretty effectively here.
I don't actually hate it. I just think it's funny because like the most obvious.
Well, it's 94. I don't think it was as overplayed yet.
One thing that this does cut from the book is Stephen King takes a long time to just explore the outcome of like 99% of the population dying. And there's horrifying little one-off stories like a little boy fell down in the well when everyone died, so nobody could pull him up. And that ends about as well as you'd expect it to. Parents who had to watch their children wither away and die. Like, the plague is the scary part. What comes next is just. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think this episode of 4, the plague here, is the most intense of them, but would you say the novel probably falls more in the horror genre than this? Because this is obviously horror adjacent, has horror elements, but just looking at the miniseries as is, I wouldn't immediately call this horror. Maybe you disagree with that, but you know, there's a lot of genres, kind of a mix of.
Probably because I feel like we downplay how long the plague takes. Like we just kind of move through that to get to the good versus evil fantasy part of it. Whereas in the book, the plague is the first half of the book, and how each of our main characters is dealing with it in their individual locations. But the book is also 1,100 pages, so you know.
Yeah.
That's why you couldn't turn this into a movie. You'd have to gut most of it.
Right, and of course this was in development hell for many years because they were trying to make it a movie. But then obviously it was not the first Stephen King miniseries, that the first of those being Salem's Lot in 79, but it was like what kicked off the trend. Because then we got a bunch of these in the 90s.
Yep.
And after the success of it was when King or whoever was like, oh, let's do that for The Stand. Let's stop trying to make this a movie. Let's just do a miniseries, which it seems like was the right call, at least at that time.
Yeah. I feel like you either have to do a 2-part film or you gut all of the plague stuff and it's just Earth has been wiped out, now here is the good guy versus bad guy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And thus humanity was doomed to die.
Yeah.
And you know, it feels cliche, but we don't actually see a lot of just like apocalyptic plagues. Usually it's the dead are back, or you know, it's doing something to humans. It's not, oh no, they're just dead.
Yeah. Well, I think the most novel idea about this, because I went into this kind of blind, like I knew it was vaguely apocalyptic and had those religious overtones, but it feels like this King's story here is the more quote unquote grounded version of like the Rapture, where instead of everybody disappearing, it's well, what if they all just fucking got sick and died from like this man-made virus and it was like horrible. And it starts in a more like, quote unquote grounded place and then gets more mystical as it goes. So that
There's
mixture
definitely
of
a read
ideas
there
I found
because
interesting.
Randall Flagg is basically the Antichrist.
Yes. Or he's trying to give help somebody give birth to the Antichrist. It's a little vague. Maybe the book goes into more detail about that whole thing
Don't
going on.
remember. I don't think it does. That is where the metaphor falls apart a little bit. It's like, but if you're already the Antichrist, do you need another child?
Right. You seem to be doing all right.
Why this woman? Oh, I didn't know you had the book.
I do have this is my mom's old copy, which is in horrible condition. Probably from the 90s. I'm curious if you've seen this cover before.
I
I
have
guess that's supposed to be
not.
Flag. But
Yeah.
yeah, one of those
Is that
reprints.
that might
Yeah,
be
from
the original release then?
I'm guessing
How many
probably
pages is
not.
that?
Let's see. This is just over 800 pages, so it's definitely not a
Yes.
first.
No. So because remember I mentioned that it's 1100 pages? He went
Mhm.
back later and put in a bunch of stuff that got edited out of the first script. So you have
Oh,
in your
interesting.
hands the original version of the stand. It may be a reprint, but it's not the uncut version.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so
I
this
don't
came
know
out
what's
in
missing, but
okay, so I just looked up a date. So this copy came out in 1980. So a little bit after it would have been first released. So
yeah,
interesting.
so
But yeah,
that
I'll
yeah,
probably never read this, but it's nice to have.
that is
I guess I
interesting.
have a
I've never seen the edited version, so to speak,
mm,
because I think everyone that gets released now is the unedited.
yeah. I have a bunch of old books like this from my mom. A few other Stephen King ones, just because she reads everything on Kindle now. Like she doesn't
Mhm.
really keep physical
You should
books
read it.
anymore. But yeah, it's long. That's kind of the main thing I knew going into this is just oh yeah, this is his other infamously long book before it. It's like the
And it's
other
better written than it.
major probably. Because what do you call this? Stephen King's first like epic? Because obviously in the 70s it's coming off of his hits like Carrie and Salem's Lot and The Shining, but what would you
Yeah,
describe this as like his first real epic, which he'd
yeah, I
really get
would.
into? And then the Dark Tower is that, except that's a bunch of books. That's not 1,000
That's
page
his like
work.
magnum opus epic.
Yeah,
Gary Sinise, I think, is brilliantly cast in this role.
he's perfect.
I
Uh,
do
do,
think this movie downplays some of the age gap that I always get when I'm reading the book between his character and Franny.
I
Because
can
it
see
always
that.
seems like he's a little bit older and Franny's a little bit younger, like just out of high school young, which is weird,
Well,
but it's whatever.
yeah, well, because that's hard to say. Because in real life, Molly Ringwald is obviously in her 20s, and he's probably like early 30s here. So like there is a gap, but it's not like
Yeah.
crazy. But then with Molly Ringwald's character, I'm unclear on how old she's supposed to be. Like, is she 18 or 25? I don't know.
It could be one or the other.
I think one of the elements that did surprise me the most from this, I guess it shouldn't, given that this was after it hit, and I think that was also on ABC, but this is bloodier than you'd expect from a 90s TV cable miniseries. This goes to some pretty violent places you wouldn't typically see on normal television.
Yeah, and I do wonder if maybe the home media release is maybe like an unedited version. I
That's
don't
awesome.
know, but I also don't know how you make this without some blood and gore.
Hmm.
So let me ask you this: who was your favorite character at the end of the day?
It's hard not to say Stu, just because it's Gary Sinise and he's great. Uh, Randall Flagg's a cool bad guy. Um, I feel like we'll get into it as it goes. There are characters I like that I wish got more screen time, like the judge guy. Of course, the voice of Patrick from SpongeBob.
M-O-O-N, that
Oh
spells
God,
moon.
yeah, that gets old real fast, but he's still fun to watch.
In the
I
book, I don't
do.
remember if they do it in this, but in the book, he says that for everything. Not just,
Yes.
he'll be like, M-O-O-N, that spells noodle or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
and I'm like,
what
no,
are we
it
doing?
doesn't. You moron.
What are we doing? But I do think one of my favorite characters is that deaf and dumb guy that he teams up with. I like him a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna mention him. Rob
Nick,
Lowe.
I think.
Yeah. The first of I think two Rob Lowe Stephen King miniseries performances, because he would later go on to be
The
in
end
the
of
two
the first
thousands
remake of
Salem's Lot.
Salem's Lot, yeah.
Yep,
Which I still got to see.
me too.
It can't be worse than the new one.
It's probably better.
No,
And
the like sick makeup is legitimately uncomfortable. It looks like he's rotting.
yeah, the miniseries won an Emmy for best makeup, which
Oh,
I'm sure was impressive at the time. Though by the end of it, I think makeup's kind of hit or miss in this thing, as our visual effects. But we'll get there.
how did you feel about the ending? Because I know the book's ending is very divisive.
I think the ending's fine, though there are some things I change about it.
Because I know
It
that was one of
feels
the big things with the new one. Like, oh yeah, Stephen King came in and wrote like a new ending. But I saw your
I don't
first like
know.
few episodes. I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know if I want Stephen King to rewrite the ending. And like I said, for the time, I was impressed by the scale of this thing, the camera work. This looks better than a lot of modern stuff.
Do you have this where these TV movies from like the '90s have a look to them? Like I can instantly place the decade this was made in.
Yeah, there's like a very specific texture to it that I like. And here we have Ed Harris, who's uncredited reason, but he's in a good chunk of this first episode. But he's great,
It should be noted this was made for $26 million.
which
That's
back
a
then is
chunk of
quite a
change.
bit. Yeah.
I've seen movies made now that cost less than that. It was directed by Mick Garris, who previously directed
Yes.
the original screenplay Sleepwalkers, your favorite.
Yeah. Which you still haven't seen, right?
I have not.
Yeah, I don't know why he got the job for this, because I was such a failure, but I guess it worked
You
out.
fail upward in Hollywood.
Stephen King must have liked him. Mick Garris, what an interesting guy. If you've ever watched a horror documentary, you've probably seen him. He's on everything. He's kind of known for, I don't know if he's like friends with, but collaborating with like John Landis and Tom Holland, not the Spider-Man one, the 80s one. Like all those 80s horror guys, he's known kind of keeping in touch and being a part of those horror documentaries. So that from a historical aspect, I find interesting and admirable. His filmography is hit or miss to say the least. He doesn't have a lot to his name as a director.
And as I mentioned, I saw this as a child, and it scared the shit out of me. Um,
I can understand that.
and it's the exact shot where they're running, where Randall Flagg's like walking down the street, and then it's the red eyes like flash. Couldn't handle it. But because I'm old, the version that I had was a 4 VHS tape copy. Uh, one episode per VHS. That is more than the length of the Titanic on VHS tape, for reference.
That's true.
Because that was a 2 VHS tape movie, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And what's crazy, I don't know if you looked at this. This wasn't a weekly miniseries. This
Right.
ran nightly.
Hmm.
You don't
And
normally see that.
had really good viewership and not much drop off by the end. Like people who tuned in at the start did finish
Hmm.
it. Did you get RoboCop vibes from this little fake commercial?
Yeah.
There's kind of a dark,
And what's
cynical
sad is
aspect
the
to this.
bad CGI I can't complain about because it just looks like a commercial.
It looks like a '90s commercial.
So this also won an Emmy for sound mixing. No, but what's interesting is there is something very timeless about this story. Not
Mhm.
maybe not the plague, but once you get down to it's just good versus evil.
Yeah. And here we have Joe Bob Briggs for some reason, but he's here. A famous TV horror host. Where I was like, what? Like, didn't know he was in this.
I didn't even recognize him.
It was the voice.
Hey, you know what? Screw you, Robert. Mick Garris has made one of the greatest sequels of all time, Critters 2.
That's probably unironically, besides this, maybe the best thing he's made. I still haven't seen it, but just going off of reputation,
Yeah.
Critters 2 is pretty highly regarded. I do need to see
Hey,
that one.
are you bad mouthing the man that wrote The Fly 2
Ooh. Oh, you
and
gotta start
Hocus
somewhere.
Pocus?
Oh God.
Yeah.
But he did also in the early '90s direct Psycho 4, which was a Showtime movie, and I think it's pretty good.
He did?
Yeah.
That's not on. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there
Psycho
it
4
is.
the beginning.
Sorry, no. They
They put
separate
it under
it.
TV.
They put that under TV. I was looking at movies. I was like, I don't
Gotcha.
see this. Where? Actually, wait. I don't see it under movie TV either.
Mm.
Oh, oh, for God's sakes! So they have movies, TV, and then TV movies. Just combine them. He also directed 3 episodes of The Shining.
He did direct after this. He would go on to direct the Shining miniseries, which
That's what I
some
just
people would,
said.
which some people would consider a step down.
I
But I
mean,
haven't watched.
if I'm being honest, as a if you're just looking at it as a piece, it is inferior, but it is a better adaptation. I think both are valid.
That's fair. I am scratching my head a little though, because if you had just shown me this, I'd go, oh yeah, this guy would probably do a good job with The Shining. It just feels like a lot of wrong lessons were learned. Like there is
Well,
a
the biggest mistake with The
bandwidth.
Shining was they let Stephen King write it.
There's that, which, and to his credit, he wrote this too. But there's definitely an over reliance on CGI in that mostly isn't a problem here.
Yeah,
And it's
I
weird
mean,
because
I
you're
guess
just
I
watching a few
say
people in one
that's.
location.
I mean, I guess I say that's the main problem. That is the main. That's the actual main problem. It's just all of the horror sucks.
Which I think is done pretty well here.
Yeah.
I will say these army outfits are like a little cheap looking, but it's fine.
What
Again,
do you
I'm
mean?
just
These are real
impressed
members
by.
of the military.
Well, and there's a lot of prop guns in this where I'm like, ooh, that looks pretty fake, but it's fine. I'm just impressed by the amount of real locations and sets we're going to. You know what I'm also impressed by? 99% of the time, that crow, they have a real crow or crows they're using to film this thing. They did not use a CGI crow. Good job,
Thank
1994 Mick Garris. Because you get a lot of close ups of that crow, and it's always real, it's there, and it looks fine.
No, and one thing that this does really well, and we'll get there, is this captures a really good look at just a wasteland.
Yeah.
once we're past the plague.
Good year for Gary Sinise. He's had an interesting career. Might be retired. Like I haven't seen him in anything in a
I
while
haven't either.
since
But this is
like
around the same
CSI
time
New
as
York.
Forrest Gump, right?
Yeah, same year.
I
And
don't care
he's
what
great in that.
anyone says. That movie's awesome.
That movie is great. There's like a weird backlash now. Like people have started to turn on it. I don't get it.
I don't-
I think
The
it's fake.
ending hurts every time.
I think so too. And Gary Sinise is amazing in it.
Uh
Uh
oh no, Robert. He was on 13 Reasons Why.
oh. Well.
Apparently he was and he was gonna be the lead in that Criminal Minds spinoff we were talking about the other night.
Oh.
He's the Smithsonian narrator in The Winter Soldier?
He is, dude. I could be wrong on this. Maybe he is credited, but I remember when I first saw that movie, I was like, that sounds a lot like Gary Sinise, and I couldn't find any confirmation on it. And then years later, I'm like, oh my god, it was him.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
was
know
right.
that.
Yeah, he just has like the very distinct American sounding voice where you're like, yep, that makes
But
sense.
let us not forget his best role. Detective Mac Taylor in the CSI New York video game
Of course, they had one of
for
those.
the PC. I'm sure that was great.
Oh, absolutely.
But no, I haven't seen him in anything in ages. I figured it was because I just wasn't watching stuff like CSI or Criminal Minds.
Yeah, I mean, CSI New York hit it a while ago now.
Do you feel like the Last of Us is looking at maybe not this miniseries but this book?
Possibly some Last of Us. I also got some major Walking Dead vibes watching this because Walking Dead famously was, Kirkman's take on the Romero films, like Dawn of the
Mhm.
Dead, especially. But whereas those movies are usually just a small group of people in one location, this is way more grand than that and gets to this big and in places good versus evil place that
Mhm.
The Walking Dead eventually gets to because that's a very grand story and scope. So I
It
was
would not
getting that
shock me in the
more than anything.
slightest if he reads Stephen King.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Oh, hey, Mike Flanagan has added Superman to his watch list on Letterboxd.
Ooh,
Hell yeah.
good guy, good guy, that Flanagan. And yeah,
Um,
if we make this again, give it to Flanagan, please.
well, and it's funny because what list is it? Because he makes a bunch of lists on Letterboxd, whether it's like movies that are influencing whatever he's working on or favorite movies. And I believe this made his favorite King adaptation list.
Oh, interesting.
Although I'm looking at his top 100 now, and there's something really funny about the movie Babe being on there.
Yeah, people like that movie.
I think he's hidden a lot of his lists. That's a shame.
Yeah, and it's not that this is necessarily about like generational trauma. But there is a small town, but also community vibe to this that you do see in a lot of Flanagan's work, where I can certainly see the influences from this to some of his more recent stuff. He likes big ensemble narratives as much as he likes the really intimate stuff.
Mm-hmm. Now he could do something cool with this.
And coincidentally, the remake of this, if you've forgotten, that premiered in 2020, the year of COVID,
Yeah,
completely by accident.
yeah. No, I was super excited for that too, and then I didn't get around to watching it. And then I finally started to watch it one night, one day while I was working. And I was like, "This is a mess, just from a narrative standpoint." Like,
Yeah,
because you
he's
start in the middle of the plague, then you flash back to the beginning, then you jump forward to like the end of the story. And I'm like, if I hadn't read the book, I wouldn't know what the fuck was happening right now.
this doesn't seem like the narrative you go non-linear with.
Yeah.
That's a weird choice. I do think if you were to stretch this out into 7 or 8 episodes, I think the way you'd go is less non-linear and more just very character-specific focused episode. Like here's Stu's episode, and then here's this character's episode, and but you'd
But
still
you can do
kind of
that even with
progress
what's
around it.
here because they do
Hmm.
keep it. Because in the book, the first half is each character just has a storyline going on until they make their way to Mother Abigail, which you get most of that here. How do you feel about this guy? Because I feel like in this and in the book, he's the most unnecessary character. Like he's clearly one of
Yeah.
the mains, but I don't know why.
By the end, he doesn't contribute a whole lot to the story. I feel like he is a character you could have trimmed down once you see where we go with him. He also feels like a character where most of his development happens off screen.
Well, and it's really irritating in the book too because he has that one hit song and they reference it in this that "Do you love your man" or whatever, and King plays that all over the fucking book in every segment with him in it.
It's his thing.
And I don't know who this actor is, but he's all right.
He's fine. I will say, as an adaptation, granted, I haven't read the book. When this is all said and done, there are probably some side characters you could have combined or trimmed out or trimmed down. Just because when I do get to the end of this, there are a couple people I'm like, wait, were they set up? I don't remember who this person was. We'll get
Is this
to it.
where you're gonna be like they should have cut Shawnee Smith?
She is kind of a weird one, who I enjoy a lot for her performance, but I mean, if you cut that character, I don't think you'd be losing a whole lot.
I like her scenes with Nick. I think his name is Nick, the blind and mute one, or not blind,
Yeah,
deaf and mute.
yeah. I like him, though. I do have a question about him that's maybe more clear in the book, but we'll get there.
Okay. Well, and like with Larry, the only thing that he really provides the narrative is conflict for Nadine
Mhm.
because she's kind of torn between like having feelings for him and her weird dreams that I don't understand how she's having them with Flag.
Yeah, that's Stephen King's bread and butter. He likes unexplained psychic connections. It's one of his go-to
She's the
tropes.
chosen one. Meanwhile, at the command center, I mean, those are the most impractical monitors. Like you have to look all the way up to see the damn things.
And so this scientist guy on the right, I think that's Sherman Howard, who, for those who don't know, is Bub in Day of the Dead.
Oh
Yeah, he's in this a little.
god, this is a horrifying way to die.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look. It's like, no, it's fine. He went gently into that good night.
It's like no, he
He's in a
didn't.
better place.
Wasn't it The Walking Dead made a big deal? Like we got Bub from Day of the Dead to be a zombie in our show for an episode.
I don't remember, maybe. But also, I don't know how much this is in King's other work, but there's definitely a bit of a contempt for scientists and the government from him here.
No,
And
that's
granted, this was
another.
written in the 70s. But
No, that is another thing because like he just published a book a few years ago that's kind of a horror take on the X Men, where
oh,
the scientists are kidnapping kids with powers and like experimenting on them. Um,
and we're in Maine. Stephen King trope number 17 in the
It all
Book of
happens in
King.
Maine. Although this is a weird one because it's kind of just the whole U.S.
Yeah, it's kind of a grand story. So, according to the poster of this mini series, I don't know if this is still the case, but apparently this is Stephen King's best-selling book, or at least was at one point. Does that surprise you?
No, because you're coming off of arguably one of the greatest runs in horror novel of all time. But also, I feel like that's advertising.
Yeah, for sure. But also, what I thought about though too was horror is such even though it doesn't feel like it to us, it is such a niche specific genre that this does feel a bit more broad appealing, especially to an American audience, with its religious themes and kind of grand epic scale. Granted, maybe the book is darker than this, but still, I can see this being having a wider appeal than something like The Shining, which is something you have to be
It's
in a very
funny you
specific
say
mood
that
for.
because a quick Google search says that at least as of now, his biggest selling novel is The Shining.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so it is, but King got this really lucky, forte of immediately his stuff gets adapted and reaches a
Mhm.
bigger audience. Because The Shining is one of the biggest things in pop culture. Carrie was popular. Salem's Lot was, I assume, popular, that miniseries, but it was a
Yeah,
TV
it
thing.
was a hit.
This guy for Harold is perfectly cast because I fucking hate Harold in the book and I fucking hate
He's
him in this.
he is just the worst. What a horrible person.
What a horrible nightmare.
Now, I do think of all like our main characters or the main cast, I should say, I think Molly Ringwald as Franny might be the weak link. Like she's good and stuff. She's a perfectly good actress. Like I just think she gets a little outshined by some of the other actors here. How do you feel about her in this?
He's good. The thing with Franny is after a certain point when she get to the settlement that they all settle in, really her biggest contribution is being Stu's girlfriend,
And being
um,
pregnant.
and being pregnant. Oh, I know that guy. That's have you seen Scrubs?
I have not seen Scrubs. Not really. Seen maybe a couple episodes.
He's the evil hospital administrator on Scrubs.
Oh, that's fun.
The first episode's really funny because Jay, the main character, thinks that he's the good guy, and Cox, the one that everybody memes, is the bad guy because Coxes are like really cruel to him, and the hospital administrator is really nice. But then he discovers at the end, no, Cox is just brutally honest. The hospital administrator that you've been looking up to is an asshole. That show's really good. It draws out the main romance a little too much, but
As often happens. One thing I'm guessing the book makes more clear that I was confused about in my first viewing. So is the idea that she is already pregnant here and she just doesn't know it yet? But she is pregnant from a previous relationship, right?
she is pregnant with Harold's baby.
Harold.
Yes.
So they actually hooked up? Because I didn't get that vibe watching this at all.
Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it is Harold.
Okay, maybe they changed that, but just in the mini series though, it's very like unrequited
I am
love.
stupid.
She says we're
I just googled The Shining stand.
That's his next one. He's gonna cross him over. The Shining
I mean,
stand.
he kind of did. Because in the Dark Tower, one of the main characters has The Shining, and then of course
Oh
Rick
yeah,
Flag is.
all his books are in one universe. I know, even when it doesn't make any sense. I know they're all connected.
It's fine.
It's fine. Because the way they play that dynamic in this show is very. He has a crush on her, but she's too old for him.
Oh no, I'm sorry. She has a boyfriend that is off, never met, that gets her pregnant. Harold is the good guy best friend that wants to be with her.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the toxic version of that. Because
Right.
he doesn't know how to take no for an answer.
Nope. But also, when she is pregnant later, I'm like, wait, who's the father? Like,
Yeah, I
that
don't think they
definitely
even
missed
mention
something
him
my
in
point of view.
this. No, they cut that all down too, because in that, I don't think it's in this, but in the book, she has like a really toxic mom who's like, your typical
Mm.
religious crazy woman who
Oh, of
slaps her for
course.
getting pregnant. Stephen King mom.
Yeah.
But the
Well, you
dad
gotta.
is like, no, leave her alone. She's an adult. We still love her and cherish her.
So it's funny how in the book it's like you get the stereotypical king trope, religious nut, and Mother Abigail, who's like the good version of that. And for the show, they were like, we've done that trope enough. We can cut that out.
Oh, okay. So are you ready for this? That her dad, the one that I said is from Scrubs, is also in the Psycho remake as the district attorney.
That iconic character.
Yeah.
Good for him.
He was also in Clock Stoppers. I Am Sam. God, I had to see that movie as a kid. I wanted to die.
Oh,
I don't know if you've seen that.
I'm aware of it, but I've never seen
I just figured you'd know the district attorney. You love that movie.
it. Hi, Rob Lowe.
I love. I feel like there's more of a motive for them in the book, but I love how they maybe unintentionally, turn them into Stephen King bullies. Like they don't need a
Yep.
motive; they just want to hurt someone.
Yep. No, it's you get Stephen King trope aplenty in this show.
I
Don't
do
worry.
love me some Stephen King tropes. No, it's interesting because he does have those, but I feel like he gets away with them because his actual protagonists are so strong. Oh, also because you were talking about like Stephen King having like a distrust of the military. We can't mention that without mentioning the Dead Zone. I don't know if you know what
Oh,
the
of
plot of that
course.
is,
Yeah.
but the whole plot of that is him seeing that a presidential candidate will bring about the end of the world, and he doesn't know how to stop him, so he ends up assassinating him or trying to. I
What
don't remember.
was the Dead Zone also written in the 70s?
Oh yeah, that's early King.
Okay. Because by the time we adapt that in the 80s, it's like we're clearly going for a bit of a Reagan commentary. It's that movie's very informed by the decade it's made.
Yeah. So that is 79. So it's
Okay,
right on the
gotcha.
cusp. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but
Yeah,
Christopher Walken is the politician, and that's just brilliant casting.
sure.
No, I'm an idiot.
No,
Christopher Walken is
Martin
Johnny.
Sheen.
Martin Sheen is the
Yeah,
um,
the would-be president.
and it's just brilliant casting. Also, really weird movie in Cronenberg's filmography because he's the body
Yeah.
horror guy.
Man. Oh God.
This does
Those
not look
images.
great.
Uh,
Although I will say
Steven.
this transfer to 1080p is pretty good.
Oh, the print looks gorgeous, but Stephen King trope number 89. He's really into corn for some reason. This guy likes his corn maze.
Is that a
It's the
trope? Because
first
like you
scene.
got this and Children of the Corn, but
That's two big ones.
when are we going to review the Dead Zone TV show?
Oh God. Maybe one day.
It probably ends on a cliffhanger. The sixth and last season was billed as the season that changes everything, and production was
Well,
moved to Montreal. Well, it did change. It ended.
yeah.
That's a movie I'm shocked we haven't remade. Not that it needs it, but I don't know who this actress is, but I like her.
Yeah, that's Ruby D as Mother Abigail. Definitely one of the more remembered elements of this series.
These scenes are something you could do better in a remake.
I think so. Yeah, like I said, I do think this is pretty good.
No, like that's a
For
creepy
this
shot of him in the corn.
Mhm. But like you said, this story is so timeless that there is room for updating and going back to, as opposed to something like Misery, which, you know, if you love the book, I understand having some gripes with that movie, but I don't see the point in adapting that one again. We can leave that one alone. If you look great, but there's so many other King's things we could
Misery is
redo.
also
Misery shouldn't be one of them.
Misery is also one of those tropes that has just been done to death. The crazy fan,
Yeah,
especially now with all the like hammering on about toxic fandom.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know they do some stupid shit like I found you on Reddit. I'm a really big
Oh god,
fan.
no! Now we're writing it. Stop the stream. They're gonna steal your idea.
In the book, one thing I do remember is Nick forms like a really nice bond with the sheriff and this doctor. And like they still do here, but obviously it has to be truncated down a little bit.
Can you fact check this? Apparently, this doctor guy, this actor, was in Leprechaun, the Leprechaun movie, and I've already forgotten if he's in that or not.
Okay. The doctor or the sheriff?
No, I think it's the guy with the mustache, doctor. Maybe it's
Oh god, now I gotta
William
remember what his name is.
William Newman. Okay,
Oh, I
so
see.
so he's the doctor of this, but he plays the sheriff in Leprechaun.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's in the Serpent and the Rainbow.
Yeah.
This is also not how I imagine the sheriff. Like in my head in the book, he's like an older Midwest guy.
Okay, so this is when I have questions. So this guy Nick, he's communicating that he's deaf. The doctor says, "Well, he just said that he's deaf and dumb." Did he?
Yes.
That that's what that means?
Can't talk. No talking. Can't hear.
Okay, so he's deaf. But that makes him dumb too? Is this just like
No, dumb is word for can't talk.
okay?
No, that's a legitimate thing. You can Google it.
Okay, so maybe that's just a thing. That's just not a thing anymore. Because that comes up a
Probably
lot
not.
throughout this. So if he's deaf and dumb, I'm like, are they saying he's mentally slow? What are we doing? But yeah, so dumb being shorthand for can't speak. I'm like, okay, so that's just not a thing
Yeah, it looks like we've
anymore.
changed it to deaf mute. Because of course we have.
Well, that comes up a lot in this too. They use
So
both.
the other thing, because I don't know if they mention it in here, but the reason that he can understand people even though he's deaf is he's learned how to read lips.
That does come up. Also, okay, Mister, people are too PC now. If I was a deaf person and people said that I was deaf and dumb for not being able to talk, I'd take offense to that. I'd be annoyed.
I don't
That's a
know. When
dumb
the second thing I see is why you should never use the term deaf and dumb. My mind is just like, no, fuck you. Don't tell me what to do. I'm
No,
sorry.
it
I
really
just.
So you're saying you would call a deaf person dumb to their face?
I mean,
That's what you're saying.
I had a buddy with autism, and I called him autism to his face.
Well, if he's
I
cool.
can't upload this now. That's fine. There's another cliche, not necessarily a Stephen King one, but the military going, "Yeah, this superfood does not exist."
Yeah, yeah. Downplaying a virus. Yep. Don't see that in the real
The
world.
bright ass green hazmat suit was a choice. Okay, so
Yeah, these
real
are
quick though,
shitty.
because I do want to clarify, if I called somebody that and they asked me to their face not to, then I wouldn't. But I am not going to assume that everybody is going to get offended just because a term is outdated. That's what irritates me.
That's fair, but that again, we are a little different in age. But I've just not heard that term before. That's
That surprised
I don't
me.
think it should be around. Yeah, no, I think it's weird, but that keeps coming up throughout this. Like he's a deaf mute. It's like most deaf people don't talk. That's not like an uncommon thing. Why are we? It's so weird. It's just a really weird expression. And saying,
Although,
"Oh, he's deaf and he's dumb because he can't talk." I'm like, yeah, that's outdated. I'll say, yeah, that's annoying.
I'm
Glad we're
outdated.
past
That's fine. Um, well, it's also funny just to imagine because, like in the book, because he has to write down everything, him just stopping to write something to give it to a person for conversation. But yeah, the bright green hazmat suits were a choice.
Does the book go into more detail about what Stu does before the outbreak? Like, what's his job? What's his thing?
Uh, I want to say it does. I remember he's the traditional like he was going places and then life got in the way, so now he's just kind of stuck here in this small town. And his brother ended up being the successful one.
Because the trope we don't get in here, at least I didn't pick up on it, is none of these main characters are a writer. That's a big one he avoids.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is.
Just thinking
Although
of
that's not as
Salem's
tropey
Lot,
as you might think.
Shining.
He gets out of that pretty quick because The Shining and Salem's Lot, but then he doesn't do that often.
Okay.
Maybe you could make an argument for it because I think
Yeah.
one of the kids is an author there. But I
Mhm.
can't think of, and then of course Misery, but that's just self-insert.
Right. Yeah, Misery's like the big one after The Shining.
One
I
thing I do
should have.
appreciate about the book and this is we establish that he's immune. It doesn't matter why or how. It's not the point.
Yeah, this doesn't turn into like a cure subplot, which is cool. The idea is just, well, people who are immune will then get together and
The closest thing
repopulate
we
the
get to
Earth,
that is
presumably.
concern that Fran's baby might get sick when it's born. Like, will it be immune? But no, there's no like, why were these people chosen? How did they stay immune? I don't care. Stephen King doesn't care. It doesn't. I bet you that's in the remake somewhere because that's 3 hours longer. We should watch party that.
that could be a blind commentary.
There you go.
And like I said, I'm impressed by all these locations we got to shoot in.
Yeah, it's funny going over to like the Wikipedia cast, and it's like two whole fucking rows.
Yeah,
Like Tom Holland is in this.
yeah, a lot of director
Fucking
cameos.
Sam Raimi is in this. What?
Yep. And Sam Raimi is also in The Shining.
Oh, I must have missed him. I've only seen
Yeah,
that
very
once.
brief. Yeah, he's remember when Dick's like on his way back to the hotel at the end and he's in like the snowmobile or something, like, and
Yeah.
he stops by and asks the guy for like directions or something? That's Sam Raimi.
I-
Like, he's somebody that Dick talks to. So he's in one little scene.
Have you seen the full name of the guy that voices Patrick in SpongeBob?
Bill Fagerbaki? I've never
Yeah.
known how
How
to
do you
pronounce
say that?
it.
You
That's
don't
my best
say
shot at
that.
it. You just say it confidently like you do it. Bill Fagerbaki. Rolls off the tongue. Yeah, he's an actor who's in a few sitcoms and stuff. I remember seeing one episode of something when I was a kid where I was like, oh my god, that's the voice of Patrick. That's really weird. But I grew up with him, of course, as Patrick and SpongeBob, and that's just what I'll always think of him from. So
I mean, that's definitely where I
it is weird and
recognize
funny.
him the most. But like, I still think of this just because it's really funny because he's just doing the Patrick voice in this.
Yep.
So I just hear Patrick going, "In my wall win, thy spells moan."
Yeah, good casting.
Okay, here is casting that has not aged well. Kareem
Kareem
Abdul-Jabbar is in.
Abdul-Jabbar. Yep. They were It's funny. I know he was like a famous basketball player. I mainly think of him in Airplane because he has a small role in that. I mean, some people find this distracting. I guess I think it's fine.
It's terrible. It's just that was a '90s
That's okay.
thing.
Well, they were clearly proud to get him because I don't know if you noticed, he's on the poster. There's like 12 names on the poster. He's one of them.
That's
Like, they were proud
insane.
to get. If you're doing him just for him, you're gonna be disappointed. He's not in it a lot.
These two are also I think kind of cleaned up for the movie.
Hmm.
They're not as redneck as I read them in the book.
Yeah, Miguel Ferrer really mellows out after this first episode. I like him a lot in this. I don't know how he compares to the book version, but I also say would be like one of my top three favorite characters.
No, he's
He's
really
a
good
great villain.
because you still get that same thing. It's just maybe it's just Poke that is a little toned down because he's a lot in the book. I don't know. It's been a while.
You just don't get a lot of him in this.
Yeah, but I do like Lloyd. This is a little weirdly shot because, like, obviously the plague is still going on, but now we're
Mhm.
doing backstories for important characters.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That was a terrible throw. Noah, are you regretting this so far? Just that you're not here, you bastard.
Yeah. Mr. I hate Stephen King. But no, in terms of performances, Miguel Ferrer is definitely one of the standouts here. Of course, known from RoboCop, that was kind of his breakout role, and just character actor man who's in so many things in the '90s and 2000s. He pops up everywhere. Rest in peace, great actor. Meanwhile, Ed Harris. Sorry to hear that, Noah. We're doing good. Do you have headphones? Hop in.
My flight had to make an emergency landing because of fog. Oh God, he's in the fog.
His airplane's gonna get attacked by ghost pirates.
Don't
I
take
don't
it.
know how
Don't
that
say
works,
it.
but it's gonna happen.
We're good. I'm watching an underrated Stephen King adaptation.
Yeah, we're almost 1 hour into it. Only 5 more to go. Like, so I do think they captured the escalation of this really well. The panic and civilization falling apart. And I think where you got those Last of Us vibes is the focus on like the military side of it, them turning on people and
You know, the
because
virus and the
that's
immunity.
yeah, because a lot of especially like the military stuff kind of happens off screen in Walking Dead.
Because you don't
Don't
get a
really
lot
get
of
into
zombie
that.
things with immunity. Usually it's
No.
you're bitten and you die.
Mhm.
This is something that is dragged out more in the book. It's we'll cut away and it'll be like doing a countdown, and then we'll cut back, and then by the time he's ready to finally move on to part two of the book, so to speak, then we get the big exit for the general.
Mm.
I like his performance here though.
No, Ed Harris is great.
It's like a Stephen King thing. I'd done that before.
He is in the Creep Show.
I forget. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen Creep Show. It's great. Yeah, no, Noah just said that zombie pirates boarded the plane. It was the whole thing. Well, I'm glad you're okay.
No, no, no. Wait, 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 wait. Yo, yo. No, no. That kid's annoying.
This guy's obnoxious. Yeah.
With what? Like, why are you so angry?
Yeah, I do think the setup for Dick is a little clunky. Like, you probably could have trimmed some of this stuff down.
Which is funny because it is turned out. I remember now. The connection is that the main guy, is related to the sheriff's wife. So that creates like a
Oh,
conflict of like, I got to do this, but like my wife's not going to be happy, and he's kind of the town drunk. In the comments below, let me know how close I am. It has been a few years since I've read the book. Here it's just, I hate you because you exist.
yeah, people are extremely bigoted toward deaf guys in this universe. If that was a 90s thing, I'm glad we're past that. Oh my god. And this is where I got confused because characters like him kept calling him dummy, and I'm like, so is he like mentally slow? Like, what's going on here? That's very confused.
That's just an asshole being an asshole. Like,
Like I said, I'm like, yeah, he's deaf. He can't hear. Deaf people usually don't talk. That's kind of normal. Not exclusively, I'm just saying. And Doctor's like, I got a promotion. I'm gonna be a sheriff. Smooth sailing from here. There's just a pretty cool leprechaun.
I do believe the Doctor's fate in this is more ambiguous. He's just like, no, you got to keep moving.
I
Um,
think his corpse does pop up later.
okay. Or maybe it's I'm getting sick now. There's no point for you staying. You need to go or something. Rock Lowe is one of those that looks like somebody else, but I can never place who he looks like.
Yeah, he's one of those like big young 80s stars where I just haven't seen a lot of his early work because I think of him stuff like Parks and Recreation.
I
you
didn't know
know?
he was in that.
Yeah,
I tried really hard to get into that show. I cannot deal with the whole like documentary style sitcom. I like The
that
Office. I didn't like Parks and Rec.
it really picks up in season 2, but he doesn't come in until season 3. But then becomes one of the main characters. I think he's a game show host now on something. Because of course he is.
Do you ever think about like meeting celebrities? Like, what are you gonna have them like sign or talk about? And then when it's something that you're a fan of that's obscure, it's like, do you? What if I just like met Rob Lowe as like, hey, I'm a big fan of The Stand. Do you remember The Stand? He's like, what?
He's like, I don't have a lot to say. I didn't have any lines in that. It's a pretty easy job, actually. Noah said that Parks and Red is all right. I haven't seen Parks and Red, but
I don't know
I
what
could
that
use it.
is. Oh, now he's talking
Red,
about Wreck,
that's a
the
movie.
Spanish horror movie. That is a pretty good movie. Uh,
I still haven't seen it.
it's interesting because the sequel kind of ruined some of what I liked about the first one.
Hmm. So, because Quarantine also had a sequel, right?
Yes,
I'm
but as far as I can tell, it is not a remake of Wreck 2.
interesting.
Because Wreck 2 picks up where the last one left off and is like uh, about the same reporter and everything. What I hate about Wreck 2 is slight spoilers for Wreck 2, but you know how the first one is kind of like a zombie movie and an apartment, but it's like found footage. They
Yeah.
try to make it a demon possession thing, and I immediately lost interest.
Oh, weird.
I guess it's not much better than the American version where it's rabies or something.
Yeah, Quarantine is in that era of immediate Americanized remakes. Like, I know it was successful, but no. Do we have that on our wheel? Wreck and Quarantine? Okay.
Because Wreck is
Because,
great, and I don't remember Quarantine, but I have seen it.
yeah, Quarantine was a hit at the time, and then nobody talks about it now.
It is
I don't
kind of
know
that usual, like,
for good or ill.
it's the American, toned down. I like that actress, though, from Dexter.
Yeah. Yeah, and here we kind of build up this thing with him and this guy who's just gonna die. And I'm like, oh, well, that didn't go anywhere. Again, probably elaborated on in the book.
You kind of get the gist. It's just like he's the remorseful one, and
Mhm.
this guy is not cruel enough to leave him to suffocate to death. You get the vibe. I do think you get more backstory for him in the book, Nick, that I don't remember
Mhm.
if it's in here or not.
Oh my
I
god.
am not a native New Yorker. I've never been to New York. This doesn't look like New York.
Not really. I mean, there are suburbs.
Well, and it
I'm
is
guessing this
Queens, so
probably wasn't.
maybe it's close.
Yeah, like so. I am curious how many states we actually shot this in because it was a pretty expansive shoot.
Yeah. I love how quickly just the world has gone to shit.
Oh yeah. Your mom's dead, bro. She's a goner.
That is one thing is also or that is another thing that I'm noticing here. We've gutted all of the like backstory of him and his mom. Like they were always really close and like he's that troubled kid that when he gets in trouble can always come home to mom.
Yeah, and I just don't see where that really goes with his character by the end of this, or how that
Yeah.
informs him in the back half of this story. I just kind of forget about it.
I think the idea is that he's been irresponsible all his life and now he has to ends up having to be responsible for this new community. But like I said, he's also I think the weakest of the heroes.
That's true, Noah.
John Cena, Jason takes Manhattan. I am an expert on what New York looks like. It looks a lot like Vancouver, if you can believe it.
And very underpopulated. Most people
Yeah,
don't know this.
yeah, and you know, people are shocked when I tell them that New York sewers fill with toxic sludge at midnight every
Yeah,
night.
I can believe it.
Apparently, Blomkamp or whatever his name is has set sights on another Verhoeven movie. Now he wants to remake Starship Troopers. Stop it. None of these things ever fall through. Go through. That's Alien and RoboCop now that you've both been like, yeah, I'm working on it, and then now I'm not doing it anymore.
I do think he'd make a cool RoboCop sequel. You know, if it had a
Yeah.
good script. That's the. But Starship Troopers, like, who cares? You can leave that one alone.
No, you don't say that. I mean,
But they
that's
also
probably
said,
the weakest of the three Verhoeven movies that I've seen, but it's still good.
yeah, maybe. But they've also said that they're going back to the book instead of the movie, which means taking out all the satire. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, but that's what makes it interesting.
I don't know what you're talking about. That original movie is propaganda. There's no satire.
Oh my god. New York got hit with a matte painting.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, look, there's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's still here.
What is that guy doing? Just shooting things?
Yeah, some people would.
You gotta love humanity's first instinct to the world ending. What can I steal?
Oh, of course.
It's not gonna do me any good, but it's mine now.
What sounds more horrifying to you in terms of this type of plague? The idea of 90% of the population just dropping dead in an instant, or something like this where people are just slowly dying over the course of days?
Slowly dying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna die.
that does sound worse.
I just want to die. Like I don't want to have to suffer.
And if you're a survivor in this scenario, which one sounds better? Still probably the former.
Probably the former.
I feel like it would be more of a, well, that's weird. What just happened? And now not a, oh god. Everything's slowly falling apart. Oh, somebody typed a guilty paper to his chest. That wasn't
Hyped it
funny.
to his chest.
And this guy didn't make it.
The worst part of being a survivor would be having to clean up the bodies
Yep.
because those are
Which
gonna
we do
start
get into.
smelling quick.
Oh God.
Oh, there he
Like I
is.
said, he died fast.
Yeah, what the fuck is happening to his cheek there? The movie Christine makes me think of the classic movie Duel, both having driverless vehicles. Although in Duel, we do have a human driver, but we never see his face.
That's true. Christine's great. And have you seen Duel yet?
I have not.
Ooh, yeah, I
I don't know
should.
what that is.
That's an early Spielberg movie. It's a really good thriller. Where your protagonist just cuts the wrong truck driver off the road, and that truck
Oh, so
driver ends up fucking killing this guy.
that's what they're remaking with that. God, what is his name? Zeus and Thor. Russell Crowe. That's it. That Russell
Oh,
Crowe movie from a few years ago. That's
that was
what they're
probably
remaking.
inspired by Duel. Yes,
That movie sucks.
I've heard it's not good, but I've not seen it. No,
Duel
but
is
what's
just
cool about
Jaws with a truck, says Noah.
it is because what's cool about Duel is like the truck is just a force of nature. You never get a good look at the driver. It's just this
That is cool.
unstoppable machine chasing this guy.
Well, what's funny too is because we have all these shots in Maine and New York. After this, we will never go back here.
Nope.
Yeah, we really don't even mention her mom. Honestly, though, that's fine. That's something you can cut. This is already 6 fucking hours. Uh,
And here, speaking of random character actors, here's Kathy Bates
oh
in
shit!
her
Yeah, it
cameo
is.
after doing Misery a few years prior. Her character's great. I kind of wish she wasn't killed off because it is just a cameo. But this is our big like, oh god, things are really escalating moment.
I don't know if you're having this because I just saw Misery for the first time like last year. She looks like 10 years younger in this than she does in Misery.
She does, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think that just goes to show how like her hair and costume
Makeup.
were handled and makeup were handled in that movie. Because this is more, I think, just how she normally looked like at this time. This is probably a quick shoot. Like, yeah, we just need you in the set for a day. But this is that like military military escalation, and again, very 70s of like the press or the
Yeah,
people versus the military. It's like, oh god.
this is a very Verhoeven scene.
Hmm.
Yeah, now that I've realized where I know the dad from, I can't unsee his role in Scrubs.
Yeah, like he's still here.
There's
Hey,
another
Graham, how
matte
you doing?
painting. I am like 50% sure the first time I watched this is the scene where I had to shut it off too.
Hmm.
Well, and it's funny too because this is obviously 90s. Randall Flagg feels like he walked out of the 80s, just in
He
like
does.
look and personality.
Even though this book was written in the 70s, but was set in the 80s, because that book was set in the future, but now we're past that when we make this. So, is this how you picture Randall Flagg in the books? Do you think this is pretty spot on?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's because I saw this before I read the book or not, but like this is just how I picture Flag, and I've seen like shots of Alexander Skarsgård, um, in uh in the new one, and they go more into like corrupt business. Like he looks like a corrupt businessman.
No,
I don't
that's
like
not
that.
fine. No, he's
Yeah, it
fine.
was that shot of the red eyes. 7-year-old me couldn't do that. Now I'm like, it just looks cheesy.
Yeah, it's fine. But this cornfield set, one of the cheaper looking sets in the miniseries.
You better get used to it. Okay, so maybe it's just once they get to Vegas, because I'm looking at like still, and this looks better.
No, and like I said, I think that could be cool casting. Yeah, he's got decent range
Better than Matthew
as an
fucking
actor.
McConaughey.
Oh, see, I like McConaughey. I think that's a good fit for this role
Yeah,
and
so
for the
apparently
movie as
that's
a fit.
Randall Flagg. I don't mind
Yeah.
that look. It's not. It's a little generic, but
Hmm.
and he seduces Amber Heard. Oh, I wonder if the remake keeps some of this more religious stuff.
I'm guessing they tone it down. Oh my god, he's in an Evil Dead shot.
That is such a TV shot too, just the way the camera zooms in on him and he turns.
And the Dutch angles. Oh god.
Oh Jesus, the camera's spinning. That's a neat trick. And to be fair to Matthew McConaughey, he could be good. I just can't see him as Randall Flagg. But honestly, the only casting in the movie that I've seen that I liked was Idris Elba as Roland. That was neat.
But Idris Elba's great. That was also very contentious for some fans. That was like the only talking point about that movie, and then people said it was mediocre, and then we all forgot about it.
He's not who I imagine, but part of that is because there are sketches of what he looks like. He should be like a Clint Eastwood type.
Hmm.
But Idris Elba's not bad.
Now I think we're far enough removed from that movie that Flanagan can do whatever he wants with that show and be more faithful. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think that movie's pretty forgotten at this point. That I don't think it's going to be really compared to that.
Yet it exists sometimes, to be honest with you. You bring it up and like, oh yeah, they made a Dark Tower movie.
They did. The unfilmable book series. It was a major motion picture, John.
And they proved
You should
them
watch
right.
it.
It's unfilmable. No, it's funny because I remember the exact moment that I was like, nope, I'm out. As I saw they turned it into like a 90-minute movie. And I was like, even if that is based on the first book, there is no way you can turn that first book into a 90-minute movie and not have it to be a complete disaster. Noah says there's nothing neat about that trick. And then one of my favorite Stephen King movie trailers is The Shining from the 1980s, which only shows the blood coming out of the elevator.
Oh yeah, I love those old trailers. They're just so minimalistic in their editing.
Before they ruined the entire movie, before you see it.
Oh my god, he's got a gun. Or is that a water pistol? I can't tell. And oh my god, Sony product placement.
Sony bad.
This guy's kind of an asshole.
That is 70s dialogue.
Well, it's also that TV miniseries thing of like, look, we can't have that much swearing.
Yeah. Well, and that's something too. A lot of people don't talk about is King is distinctly aware of when his books take place, and he is not afraid to use language from that time that a lot of movies will not touch. The novel It is full of the N word because the kids section takes place in the 50s.
Yep.
I think the adult section might have some too, but even then, that's still in the 80s. I feel like that was commonplace enough in the 80s, especially up north.
You're a murderer, Gary Sinise. Look what you've done.
The Shining has it. Although, to be fair, they do put that in the movie. With the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker, Robert.
No, I knew it.
But yeah, it's interesting because we're just arguably now getting to like things are happening, but I'm not bored.
No, this does. I mean, in my opinion, just looking at the miniseries, not how it relates to the book, I do think you could have shaved maybe another hour off of this. This probably could have been a 5-hour miniseries and would have played fine. But it's not paced poorly, though. It is always interesting and engaging and entertaining. Like I'm never bored. I'll give it that.
Gene Simmons charging $12,500 to be his assistant and roadie for a
day. Sounds like a good deal to me.
Slasher Fred says one of the Stephen King miniseries that I think is the best is The Golden Years. I don't know if I've heard of that one.
I haven't either.
Have you seen Stephen King's Rose Red?
No, I've not seen that one.
That one I think is an original work, but it's pretty. I liked it.
Yeah, I always forget that like Sleepwalkers is just an original screenplay. That's not based on a book or anything. That's just a thing he felt like writing. It got made somehow. And then, of course, he wrote and directed Maximum Overdrive, which is Peak.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is something that he just wrote to be a movie, and then it got turned into a miniseries. he envisioned it as a loose remake of The Haunting. So not only do we
Ooh,
have
interesting.
The Haunting of Hill House, which is basically Stephen King's The Haunting, but we also have Rose Red, which is literally Stephen King's The Haunting. Those would be
That's it.
fascinating to compare.
I should look into that.
Oh, and funnily enough, it gets turned into a miniseries because the 90s remake of The Haunting was a disaster.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh,
Is the haunting on our wheel yet?
it should be. We wanted to do that way back when we did Haunting of Hill House.
Yeah, we did, and we just never got around to it.
I'm putting it on the list now.
Thanks.
Stop adding things.
Hey, we haven't added anything in a while. It's fine.
It's
Slasher
true.
Fred just said, I don't think you guys ever watched it, but William Cat from Carrie, I don't immediately know who that is in Carrie, was in the cult classic superhero series, The Greatest American Hero, which I actually have seen some of.
I have
I
not
saw
seen it, but
some.
I know what it is.
Yeah, I saw. That's a show that is a theme song that just gets stuck in your head if you listen to it. But yeah, I saw some reruns of that when I was a kid. And oh my god, it's a spooky wheelchair. Whoa. That's funny. That is a shot right out of Sleepwalkers, where for no reason they open a door and a corpse just falls toward the camera face first. I see what you're doing, Mick Garris. But there's a lot of Raimi influence in some of these shots, right? Like the tight close-ups,
Yeah.
the zooming.
It's interesting viewing as it's an adult that can recognize some of that stuff.
Mhm. No, I am genuinely impressed with the cinematography and the camera work. Like this looks good. It is.
It looks
It's more
better than some
dynamically shot
streaming
than
stuff that I've seen nowadays.
yeah. Like the camera's always moving. Oh my god.
Why is everybody obsessed with chicken in this facility?
I don't know. It's their quirk. And oh my god, I ran into a backlot.
I'm curious to go back to the remake and try to actually finish it at some point. Because, like we said, James Marsden is actually really good casting for this role.
Yeah, I agree. So you or I was talking about Sam Raimi a minute ago, who, as we'll get to at the end of this commentary, does pop up in this miniseries and also had a cameo in the Shining miniseries. Why has Raimi never directed a Stephen King adaptation? Just saying, that
Yeah.
could have been cool. What Stephen King book do you think would make for a good Raimi picture? What do you think he'd be a good fit for?
Okay, hear me out. It's not a book. Sam Raimi remakes Maximum Overdrive.
I'm down. I'm sold.
Just let him go bonkers.
Yeah. And he can keep. No, you know what they should do? They should make the Green Goblin face the one from the 2002 movie on the truck.
Yes.
Tie it all together.
For a
It's
more
perfect.
serious answer, it's hard to say because I've never seen him do straight horror.
Yeah,
Um,
we think of him as horror comedy.
yeah, and Stephen King doesn't do a lot of that, at least in his books. So, I mean, Maximum Overdrive would probably be the one that fits his sensibilities the best.
I mean, he did try to get weird with stuff like what was it, like Dreamcatcher? That probably would have been better if that was directed by Raimi. Probably. I
Okay,
don't know
so
who
we have
directed
a
it.
list of Stephen King books that Sam Raimi wishes he had adapted.
Ooh,
He
interesting.
loves The Shining. He loves
Makes sense.
Carrie. He wants to do. He would love to do something from the Night Shift collection.
And that one I'm not familiar with. So yeah, give him something more obscure. It's fine.
Okay, so the Night Shift collection has two notable adaptations according to this article. One of them we just talked about is Misery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense.
And oh my God, we're at the
Oh, okay.
start of
Maybe never mind.
episode 2.
And then I'm guessing. So I'm guessing he's just talking about because Rob Reiner worked on that. But the night shift one that he's talking about is probably Stand by Me.
Hmm.
I don't know.
And that's one of the big like drama adaptations that I still need to watch.
Yeah, I need to give it another go. I thought it was fine.
So are we synced up or not? Because episode 2 has just started in the version I'm watching.
Is Franny singing?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't. I guess this is also edited together, so I
Did
didn't
you just click
realize.
play? Not.
No, it went.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna try to rewind.
Oh no, I think we're still synced up unless you want to
Okay,
pause.
no, that's fine. Um, I paused for a second, so we might be off by a second, but it should be fine. I just have to change the text. Maybe I won't put these up in 4 parts. I don't know. Uh, episode 2, part 2 is called The Dreams. So just keep going into part 2 if you're watching it that way. And then, Robert, what we'll do is after this part, we'll take like a 5-10-ish minute break. Because I know you probably need it. I will definitely need it.
It's fine because on this edit, it's unclear which cuts to black are commercial breaks and ends of episodes. Because I just saw the title card, I was like, oh, episode 2 started. Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see the title card. I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Which is fine. I mean, it is edited together pretty seamlessly as just a long, epic
Movie.
movie. Slasher Fred just mentioned that the original Children of the Corn is one of the scariest openings with the kids on their rampage. Yeah, I still didn't see that one. I know it doesn't have a great reputation, but that opening sounds pretty awesome. Like
You who
everyone
won't
says that
shut
movie
up
started
about the
strong.
remake hasn't seen the
Well,
original.
that's no.
What are you
That
showing me
movie is
here?
horrible.
God, it's so weird to me that Children of the Corn has like a bazillion entries.
And not one directed by Mike Flanagan. Just give him one, and he'll make the
Well,
good
what's
one.
even funnier is I had that book. I never read it, but I had that book. It's like a 300 page. It's like a 200-page novella. How did they make 7 of them?
Maybe can Mike Flanagan turn that into generational trauma and just make an epic 10-episode miniseries out of it? Why not?
He probably
Let him go
could.
ham.
It's also weird to see Molly Ringwald with dark hair.
Yeah.
You guys ever watch the movie Jawbreaker? William Catt and PJ Souls from Carrie have a small cameo as Elizabeth Purr's parents. I don't know
Oh,
what that
cool.
movie
I've
is.
not seen that.
Just because I typically see Molly Ringwald with red hair.
Yeah.
The redheaded erasure it continues, damn it. I will not stand for this.
Okay. As much as we hate Harold and as awful as he is, she also kind of sucks in this scene. She leads him on way too much, but is also like, I don't care if we're the last 2 people on Earth, I am not interested in you. It's like there's a more delicate way to say that.
Yeah. To be fair, her dad just died.
That's
Like,
true.
he's picking an awful time to do this.
That is true. Oh no, he's talking about riding a motorcycle. That is foreshadowing. Yeah, so they just mentioned her boyfriend we didn't see that she's not with anymore. I completely missed that on my first viewing.
Well, to be fair, this is a lot.
It's like just take your time, man. She'll get interested. Harold also becomes way more fun to watch when he turns evil.
Yeah, because he's
I like
like
that Harold way more.
he. They do this really impressive way of capturing what this guy thinks a badass is, and it's just kind of pathetic.
Oh, we'll get there.
And it's funny. What I like about this is because I do like the best friends trope, but I like the subversion of this where the best friend is kind of an asshole.
Like the bad, like the nice guy who ends up being an asshole. But I don't care what you say. She is leading him on bad here. This is like she just said we're just friends and is now playing romantic music and just laying her head practically in his lap. Unless normal friends just do that. Like
Okay, but
she
to
knows
be
what she's doing.
fair, she's in an emotionally vulnerable state,
Okay, her dad just died. Whatever.
and she
Get over
trusts
it.
him. That doesn't mean that she wants to sleep with him.
She is she is partially at fault for his evil turn. The horrible things he does. And I'll stand
Why
by
do you
that.
always have to blame the women and the children? They're like animals.
And I hate them. But shots like this are really nice. There's just a lot of good scenery and establishing shots. Again, they went big with this. Oh god. Oh, that poor fake dead horse. Oh no. Now Kareem is dead. At least he made it to the second episode.
Bastards. They killed Kareem.
And hey, look, another new character. Sure, she'll be fine.
She won't at all put the group in danger.
Or she is the danger. Though, joking aside, Nadine is actually one of the standouts for me. I think this character, even as over the top as she is, I do think she's really well cast because this actress has to cover a wide range of emotions and sides to this character. Because you see so many different shades of this character throughout this whole mini series up to the very end. And I do like this casting a lot. I think she kind of. The problem is that the devil wants to bang her. You bastards. You killed Kareem. At least he still has that bell. This does make me really want to watch that HBO series, The Leftovers, because everyone says it's great, and that has a similar setup, except that's more like literally the Rapture, where it's just millions or billions of people just disappear, and then like, what the hell do we do now? And I've heard it's very complex and does a great job exploring its characters just in the aftermath of that event.
Ian hated the Invincible finale, so I'm sure it's great.
Dude, I'm so far behind on Invincible. I'll probably just like restart at the beginning at this point. I've seen season one once, and that was like 2 years ago.
But to your point, I do like this actress that plays Nadine. I've never seen her in anything else that I can think of.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen her much. It did take me a while to notice. Oh, her hair is going gray. I assume that's from the book, because then her hair is very gray later on, and I can't tell
Yeah,
if she's always
I'm
wearing a
pretty
wig
sure
or if
that
they just
is.
dye it earlier.
They take it a step further in the remake. Once Amber Heard like succumbs to what's his
Oh
name,
no.
her hair is just white, and like her face is all like sunken in, and like she's in real bad shape. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Sasha Fred, I have not seen Haven.
I haven't either, unless he means the sci-fi show.
I had
I
to
saw
look.
like the pilot; it was okay. Oh, apparently she's in Veronica Mars. I have seen that show.
Oh.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, she's probably in like a bunch of 90s things. Oh, she also had a recurring role in Insight on NCIS, because of course she was. You
Oh, she's in an
can't.
episode of Batman Beyond.
That's awesome.
Random.
Look, you can't be a 90s actor or character actor and not once ever appear in one of those crime shows, either as a lead or a supporting character. It's in your contract. You have to
But
do one of those at some point.
oh, she's in that show Barry. I've been meaning to watch that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've heard that show's great. So I need to watch it.
Slasher Fred points out that this movie also has a very young Shawnee Smith. That is correct. I
Yeah,
had a weird
who.
experience where I saw this as a kid, but I didn't know who that was. So then I saw the Saw movies, and then I went back to this. I was like, so now I don't know if I know her from this or if I know her from Saw, and then I saw her in this.
And of course, she's one of the leads in the Blob remake from the 80s, which she's
Yeah.
great. Very underrated final girl. Ah, this poor guy.
Bastards.
Don't do it.
Don't think it, don't say it.
Meanwhile, Trash Can Man, Matt Frewer, other 90s character actor,
Yeah, he's in.
who
I'm pretty sure he's in the Dawn of the Dead remake.
probably he's also in an episode of Batman the Animated Series. He is Sid the Squid, which is a great episode. The man who killed Batman. And he's in Zack Snyder's Watchmen.
And Zack's, yes, he is in Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. As as memorable character Frank.
Okay, so this maybe makes more sense in the book. So we established really early on that this guy is like a pyromaniac who likes exploding things, which is gonna be really important for the finale. It plays kind of like a Deus Ex Machina, where so we established that Randall Flagg wants this guy, but then it backfires really badly, and I'm not sure yet if that's like good writing or not, or if that's earned.
One of the unfortunate things about the setup and the metaphor of good versus evil is how much of this is predetermined that evil's own ego will get the better of him, and how much of this is Stephen King going, I don't know.
Right. Well, because there is also they talk a lot about like God's plan in this. And there is a bit of Lord of the Rings here where Gollum is extremely instrumental in the destruction of the ring, but the other characters can't possibly know that because they can't, see the future or see how AA gets to be. That might be what they're going for here, because the theme in Lord of the Rings I really like is that good may not always win over evil, but that evil will always destroy itself inevitably. Which is the theme I really
I
like,
think
which is
there's some of that
maybe what
here.
and I think that is what he's going for. It just plays more clunky to me. Like, I don't
Well,
know.
and I
There's
know
something about the execution that's
the
off.
ending, especially in the book, is debatable.
I mean, it's setup and payoff. I'll give it that. The problem is our protagonists like aren't even aware of this guy. Like they have no part in this story, and maybe that's what the problem is.
Are you saying this is not a well written masterpiece?
It's pretty good, pretty good.
Robert, this is the series that they beat the bad guy with the literal hand of God. No, that's what I'm saying though. I don't know how much of this is this is kind of predetermined fate, like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, and how much of this is Stephen King just going, ah.
Don't call me Trash Can Man.
I do remember reading in the book it playing more like once everything starts to crumble, it is kind of Flagg's own ego. But we'll see how it plays.
There's that crow again.
We love the crow.
Okay, she has an outhouse. Really? I get that she's like over 100 years old. She can't have indoor plumbing. Come on, Stephen King. Also, who cleans that?
Bird. Don't think about it. Be fair. If I'm playing devil's advocate, you gotta remember this is in the 90s and she's out in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure that everybody in the middle of nowhere has moved to indoor plumbing yet.
I'm pretty sure the majority have at this point. But that's part of the awkward thing about this set is initially you think, oh, this is just a dreamlike place. It's not real. But then we find out, no, this is a real place. And people are going, I'm like,
Okay,
oh, okay.
so I'm going to continue to play devil's advocate. According to Google, 1% of homes lacked complete plumbing facilities by the 90s. We have found the 1%.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, God. I don't know how we survived without indoor plumbing. Even the outhouses you see at like
Spoiler,
park,
many didn't.
even like the outhouses that we have now for like public places and shit. I don't want to go in there.
No,
It
no, I avoid those
smells.
whenever I can.
And oh god, I'd rather die. That's being a little hyperbolic, but still.
Well, at least J.K. Rowling gave you the lore of how the Wizarding World handled that stuff.
Did it? Did
You
she?
know about? Oh yeah, that was like one of her Twitter things. Like, oh, by the way,
Oh, I
that
remember. Wasn't it just like they don't wipe or something?
yeah, because they just use magic to, and it's like, stop.
No,
No one is asking about
that's
this.
not world building. You suck at world building. Like, did you know that there's R's who are like the police cops, and then there's hit wizards? But according to the fan wiki, hit wizards are just security guards. But you would think with hit wizard, that'd be like, oh, those are the assassins or like the spies. No, we don't get that.
Oh, she's still talking. Back to my guitar. So this is probably a good place to talk about the Mother Abigail of it all. I think played wonderfully by Ruby Dee. She is really good in this role. One thing that is a little divisive about the story, or at least dated, that I think is fair to acknowledge is this is a trope that Stephen King's done a few times now that is inherently outdated. That uh, and it's a trope that goes well beyond him. We don't need to dwell on it too long, but the idea of like this magical old mentor black character who guides the white protagonists. Like, I'm not saying that's a problem here. It's just worth addressing because it's a thing King's done a few times, and he's probably done it enough.
Maybe you were so woke.
Yeah, it's a thing that goes back. Like you got Dick in The Shining. There's another. Oh, and then of course, Coffee in The Green Mile.
Yeah, but it's not really a mentor.
Yeah, it's different, but it
He's
falls into
a
that trope.
straight
And
up
I
Jesus allegory.
sure. But what both that and this have in common is that the magical black character in question dies. And at least in this, it's less distracting since she's 106 years old. So yeah, it's gonna
To
happen.
be fair, at least, well, Dick doesn't die in the book.
Right, right.
And with Coffee, that's the point of the tragedy of.
It is a tragedy, yeah. Like I said, I'm not gonna dwell on it. It's just worth addressing that this is a controversial.
Now I want to watch The Green Mile. God damn it!
I love that movie, but that's another one where even aside from the don't want to say controversy, just not everyone's a fan of that story for fair reasons, but that's one we can leave alone. I think the movie's great. I love it.
No,
We
don't do it.
That again.
Don't do it. Michael Clark Duncan is perfect
He's
in that
great.
movie. But no, I that might be my favorite example of that trope, just because in a way it subverts the trope because he's not a mentor. If anything, he's the one that needs help.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's such a simple frame job. It's not some conspiracy. It's just he was in the wrong place at the wrong time trying to help.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, on the set of Terminator 2.
Yeah. I do like this guy as Randall Flagg. I think he is good. He's just like I don't know if he's like a smidge too old for what they're going for. He's got kind of a dad bod. I don't know how to feel about that. Again, he performs it well, so it's fine. I just feel like this character is written to be maybe a slightly younger than this guy looks. And that wig's not great, so that doesn't help. But I do like him though for our first on screen Randall Flagg.
Yeah, he's got this charisma.
Mm. Are you surprised like that he doesn't pop up in more things after this? Or at least I haven't seen him in anything after this until Arrow.
Yeah, I
So
am
I
because I remember watching Arrow. I'm like, I know this guy. I know this guy. Who is this? Like, oh,
who
he's
is
still
that?
acting. What have you done?
And I because this is kind of the big one of Stephen King's big characters, they were looking at a lot of more A-list names for this before deciding to settle on more of an unknown. I do think they made the right call there. Of
Yeah,
all the
his
big
name is
characters from
Jamie
this,
Sheridan.
like I said, I do like him in this, and I think going more unknown was a good choice for this role.
Mhm. He's done some like soap opera appearances. Oh, he is in Law and Order: Criminal Intent. That is
Of
the
course,
only
he is.
law. Apparently, he's a main role though, not just a one-off. That is the
Good
one
for
I'm
him.
most curious about because it has the most insane cast for a Law and Order show. Do you know about this one?
Nope.
Uh, that is the one with Vincent D'Onofrio as one of the
Oh,
main
okay. Yeah, I knew he
cops,
did one of those.
and
Yeah.
then he leaves and is replaced by Jeff fucking Goldblum.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Jeff Goldblum was on Law and Order for a while. And if I remember correctly, I want to say Vincent D'Onofrio plays like one of those kind of gifted cops where he's quirky and
Yeah, we think of him as, the kingpin now, but he doesn't always play big, strong guys. He also will often be quirky weirdos.
no, the
He
thing
is a
I think of
character
him most
actor.
as much as I love Daredevil is Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, that's a big one. And the first thing I ever would have seen him in would have been Men in Black, where he's the main bad guy.
Yeah, is this better? But that is him in Law and Order CI. So I remember seeing commercials for it. I don't know how I know this much about this specific Law and Order show, but there is something really funny about seeing Jeff Goldblum in a fucking Law and Order show. Oh, I guess it must have been they must have done a like a overhaul because he's with a different actress. Huh.
Yeah, a lot of those shows keep going with radically different casts.
Yeah, and that's one of the things where I'm like, who cares? Like if I'm watching a show, it's for those characters. You can't just get me attached to someone because Vincent D'Onofrio is there for 7 seasons, and then he leaves. But
Yeah, that guy's just in the show.
it looks like it's only for a season. Goldblum comes in, and then D'Onofrio comes back. What are we doing?
What are we doing? Crime shows? I will say their bipolar relationship is weird.
Oh, him and Nadine.
Yeah.
So it makes a little bit more sense in the book because they do have a kind of a good relationship, except he's kind of an asshole and she's having those dreams from Flag that's tempting her. I think that's what
Mhm.
they're going for here, but they kind of tone down how much of an asshole he can be until he needs to be an asshole.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Vince, yeah, so I because I'm still on this page, I just looked it up. Yeah, so D'Onofrio is playing that whole like he's weird and people don't understand his methods, but he usually gets the job done type, which would be interesting to see because I don't think I've seen him play anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the relationship is just them yelling at each other.
Yeah. I didn't realize he was 65.
Yeah, he's getting up there. Just go, man. Stop yelling. And now we're in a spooky tunnel. Oh my god. Those are some gnarly corpses.
Have you ever seen that GIF of Daniel Radcliffe from the first movie, but they like photoshopping a gun into his hand?
Yeah. Yes, I
Okay,
have.
so I don't know if I'm just blind, but because I just sent that to somebody, and I just noticed he has a fucking adult hand. Like the hand is as big as his head.
Yeah, he's a wizard. Wizards have big hands. I don't know.
Now I want to watch Men in Black. See that movie in a bit.
Yeah, same.
I watched that movie
I
religiously as a kid.
I loved it. I love that first one, and
I never liked two. I thought two was boring as shit.
two
And
is
then I
not
saw three
good.
once, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, three's fine. I just never go back to it.
And then when they announced four, I was like, nope. Starring the
I
two
never
people
saw it.
from Thor Ragnarok. No.
Do you? Well, I guess Will Smith's back to making more stuff. Do you think we might legacy sequel it at this point?
I'm shocked we haven't already.
I mean, I like three fine, but I guess I'd be okay with that. Just make a proper sequel to that first one. What that two is one of the worst examples of a sequel just completely undoing the ending of a first one for the sake of getting back to status quo.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you know that big emotional goodbye, and like Will Smith is now the lead in Men in Black. Man in Black. No, we undid all that.
And this scene's still going.
I like the lighting here.
Yeah, it's nice and spooky. Creepy tunnel. Oh, hey, they're reunited. No good. That's a sign of a healthy relationship when you accidentally shoot your partner. Like, so I get what we're going for with this relationship. It just feels like it's escalated really quickly. And now that they're reunited, it's like, well, that was a whole lot of pointless. But it is just nice when you have scenes like this shot for real. Because if they made this now, or probably in the 2020 version, you'd have like two cars and then everything in the background is just green screen.
So you mean the stay in 2020?
Yeah.
I don't
I
actually
mean,
know if
here,
that's how they do that, but
I mean, they're granted in this shot, like that is partially matte painting, but you can still tell that those are at least mostly real cars. Yeah, this guy's having a moment. So I'm not gonna say they're bad, but how much do you care for these title cards of the locations and dates? Because I never keep track of where anybody is.
I don't.
It's like, meanwhile in
I
Massachusetts, meanwhile in Maine.
I
I'm like,
can kind
I
of
don't
keep
know.
track based on like what storyline we're in,
Right.
but I'm not keeping track of this person is in like Massachusetts.
And probably scared of my very real. Don't worry, it's fake. I assure you. And oh my god, we have a talking dog. So also, because we established that the virus wipes out most of the animals, some dogs are immune. That's interesting.
Yeah, but dogs don't really get like the flu, right?
No, he just said that most of the pets and stuff were wiped out
Oh,
too,
that's
but
strange.
this one's still alive. Yeah. And oh my god, TV friendly love scene. Sir, this is the part when you take your pants off. Have you done this before? Yeah, this is the one of the few scenes where he's acting like a real jerk, but I can't tell if I'm supposed to think he's a jerk. I don't know whose side
Like
I'm supposed to be
they're
on
having
here.
sex,
Well,
trying to.
he's like, well, he's pushing it, and now she's resisting.
Well, Robert, this is called foreshadowing because then she's gonna go off to the wilderness, and Robert Flagg, Randall, yeah, Robert, what have you done? No, Randall Flagg is gonna turn all demony, and then she's gonna go, oh my god, no.
I should have had sex with that other guy. That would have been way better. I do like this through line of the dreams, and some people's dreams are drawing them to Mother Abigail, and other people's dreams are drawing them to Flag. Like, I do like that as a concept. It might have been a more interesting thing to explore with people getting pulled one direction but then going the other way. Um, having a bit, because like you said, this is a very good versus evil story at the end of the day. But there's some more gray area I think you could have explored with some of the side characters. And this guy needs to put on a shirt. Mother Abigail's like, "Oh, good, I've been waiting for you." And oh my god. She can't resist that dad bod. It's too powerful. Now, this is very like vampire coded, right? Like the seduction side of it. Do you think that's partially what King's probably riffing on with
Yeah,
this character?
or like temptation with sin.
Mm-hmm. And I think King has said that Flag's like one of the best characters he's made, or came up with something kind of modern and fresh and original.
I do think Flag is one of the best villains like of all time.
And oh no, she left him again. God damn it, Nadine. And oh my god, whoever's in this town is a fucking lunatic. Who's it gonna be? The voice of Patrick? And oh no, it's the 4th of July. The aliens are attacking John.
Oh my God. No, no, no. Wait.
And then that also does occur to me that Independence Day comes out just a couple years after this, and that also has a similar vibe of like this nationwide story of all these other all these characters we're following in different places converge during an apocalyptic event. I wonder if that's coincidental. So I'm not going to call this character offensive, but it's riding that edge. It's on the line.
It's one of those things where it's like you understand that it was written, in the '70s. That was okay then. I wouldn't want to change it because that feels offensive to the source material. But maybe
Hmm.
make it a more period piece. I don't know. I don't know because like I do
And
like this dynamic. You know.
it, I like his performance. He does make the character likable, and to his credit, it's not too over the top. Like we've seen worse. We've seen much worse. especially in this era. So to their credit, it is a bit more restrained. And then as strap in for the charades segment of the movie. It's just these two characters figuring out how to communicate for like 10 minutes.
M-O-O-N, that spells Robert.
No, it doesn't. Shut your mouth.
I don't know where King got that. Like, what is with the moon?
The twist at the end is he's a werewolf. Like,
That'd
when
be
the moon is
amazing.
full.
'Cause I don't think King has ever done a werewolf like book.
That's a good question.
I
Like
know
maybe a short story?
the cat person sleepwalker movie
Yeah.
that's kind of werewolfy. Oh, and isn't he the one? Didn't he have something to do with Silver Bullet?
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it, but I always forget about Silver Bullet. Okay.
No, I do like his performance here.
Like I said, he is likable.
He kind of reminds me of what like a lesser version of Tom Hanks's Forrest Gump.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, the funny thing about Forrest Gump is, of course, he's incredibly talented and gifted in other areas, and that's where part of the humor comes from, where he does turn out to be like this extraordinary person. This guy just kind of gets lucky. He doesn't really prevail in insurmountable odds as much as just that. It just kind of works out because it's God's plan or whatever. But yeah, Silver Bullet comes out in 1985. It's based on the Stephen King novella Cycle of the Werewolf, and it's written by King, so it is one of his scripts that he adapted, and
Oh, okay.
I should check it out.
I'd love to see what his
I
take
always
on
forget about it.
werewolves is.
Are these two gonna get a room or what? Like you said, though, I do like these two together. The next 6 hours are just this.
Not even plot, just him staring at Nick like that.
And oh my god, now they're stealing bikes. I wonder who they're gonna go see. There is some stuff that I think you could trim out early on where it's like, I get it. Everyone's going to see Mother Abigail. We could probably speed this up a little. Rob Lowe's like, oh my god, this guy's a psychopath. Why are they riding bikes? What is this? A Stephen King movie? Oh, there's that corn. And why is Gary Sinise naked? I have so many questions. Why does he look like he's in a Goosebumps cover?
Yeah.
Oh my god, rats. Things are getting spooky. Dutch angle. Now, I will say with Randall Flagg, I think he is more effective in the first half when we only get glimpses of his evil form, like the red eyes. You know, they're kind of cheesy, but we don't linger on it. Yeah, it's only little flashes. In the back half, when we start sticking on that makeup more and do the morph effect, that's the stuff that looks rough. That has not aged well. Randall Flagg's a lot less scary when he has a goofy demon face mask on. And why is Gary Sinise gonna talk this old guy into leaving? This looks pretty comfortable. Screw the world, just stay here, you idiots. She's 106 years old and still makes her own bread. What is she, stupid? Just buy it at the store, you idiot. And this is where we get Harold in his try hard, cool outfit. What are you wearing? What are those pants? What am I looking at? What are you showing me? Come on. Like I said, he's over the top, but he is a standout. He does a good job selling this twist from dweeby, weird, nice guy to evil monster. He is fun to watch later. And it is really funny that Harold's like, no, no, we can't. He's gonna steal Molly Ringwald away from me. I know exactly how this is gonna play out, and it does. God, he's such a tryhard.
I like doing like, what? What you thought about, kid?
Again, this probably plays weirder in the book if Stu's like 35 and if she is like 18. But I don't know, I haven't read it. Like, dude, he's got a hammock. Just stay here. You gotta live. I can guarantee that this guy would have a better quality of life if he just stayed here than going to see Mother Abigail. Because I know how this is gonna end for him, and it's not well. Don't go. He's such an asshole. Leave Gary Sinise alone.
And I think it is with the remake too, because their Franny looks really young, and of course, then you have James
Hmm.
Marsden.
Yeah, that's weird. Do you like my Terminator cosplay? It's been working on it for a
Yes.
while. I do like the scene though of Harold insisting on going to check out the CDC and then just vomiting. Although I've seen lots of different takes on the CDC. This just looks like a random building on a studio backlot. This does not scream government lab research facility to me. Like that just looks like a hotel. That doesn't look like the Center for Disease Control. Meanwhile, in Kansas, oh no, Patrick Starr's sick. And to their credit, it looks like they did film this in a few different states, like California, Utah, Colorado. And then they did actually film in Vegas for a little bit. So credit where credit's due. And here's Shawnee Smith, maybe the most unlikable character in the series. She's great though. Like she's very over the top, but in a good way. She's so awful.
I like her as in that kind of same role as Nadine, where she's temptation for one of our
Mhm.
protagonists. It is a little weird that all of them are males that have to be uh, tempted by females. Like, can we switch it up a little bit here?
Yes. Although to be fair, eh, Nick, you could spare a couple minutes. Probably fine. But she just so captures just this crazy energy. Yeah, it's very over the top, but in a fun way. Nick, you can't call him that. But this is why she's really evil, because she's horribly intolerant for some reason. It's also just fun because we've now seen Shawnee Smith in a few things, and this role is so different from how I'm used to seeing her.
Yeah, and I mean it's even different than like the Blob, where she's just kind of like a small town girl.
Mhm. Even Amanda in Saw is probably a more likable character than this chick. This chick has no redeeming
You haven't
qualities.
gotten to Saw 3 yet. Hold off until we get to Saw 3.
Mm, well, she's probably in the right. I mean, John Kramer's the hero of those movies, so she's probably fine. He doesn't feel things the way we do. I don't think that's how that works. I think you're just a horrible person.
Yeah, she is a
Oh my
little
god!
over the top, and by a little I mean a lot.
At what point do you just kill her? Like, just put a
To be
bullet in her,
fair,
pull a bullet in her head. It's fine.
that's funnier. You smack the shit out. And then, of course, in the remake, this is Catherine McNamara or whatever her name is.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't. I
know.
haven't gotten to that in the remake, so I don't know
Haven't
how
seen
that
it.
goes. All I
That
know
wouldn't
is
be
she
the
has
first
pink
time.
hair.
That's so cruel, though. We don't need you, bitch. Like, just go. And I mean, I don't blame him, but it's like, oh god, this escalated so quickly. Ugh, what a day. Why are we still here?
Why are we still here just to suffer? So the one question I have about this guy and his performance is how old is he supposed to be?
Yes.
Because he looks like he's in his 40s.
Which isn't inherently wrong. Like, there are mentally slow people who are very childlike, even in their older age. But then with Rob Lowe as Nick, like, yeah, I don't. Is he 18 or 30? Like, I don't know. And now she has a gun. Oh, ho, ho. Okay, so this does kind of pay off because she will recognize the other one later, but it's not as big of a payoff as you'd expect. She's just gone for a while and then shows up like 2 hours later. It's like, oh, she's back. So many bike riding shots. But something I was gonna mention earlier, this guy, the other guy, Tom, who's mentally challenged. He does remind me a little of Lenny from the classic book of Mice and Men, which was probably an influence on King when he wrote this. But then just a couple years prior to this, Gary Sinise directs and stars in a movie version of Mice and Men, which is really good. Have you ever seen that or read that book? It's a good
I don't even
story.
know what that's
John
about.
Malkovich. Well, John Malkovich plays a very mentally challenged character, and he's buddies with Gary Sinise's character. It's just a little drama, a very a very tragic American drama. But yeah, Gary Sinise directed and starred in the version, and it's really good. He also did recorded an audiobook of it, and I listened to that when I was in high school in one of my English classes.
Oh,
So yeah, Gary Sinise does lots
that's
of
probably
cool,
something I would have
interesting
gotten to
things.
at school at some point, but I didn't finish high school, so.
Yeah, you're one of them.
Oh God,
Can't
you're one
believe
of them.
can't believe I'm close with a high school dropout.
Hey, I got my GED. Fuck you.
And obviously, this is an apocalyptic thing in general, but again, feels very Walking Dead, having just all these characters spread out and then not knowing if they can trust other people. We're now addressing that, where there's very few survivors left, and they don't know if they can trust them. So the little moments like this, I do like. With this guy they meet. The lesson of the story here, kids, is that if a strange man in a truck offers you a ride, you say yes.
That is true. I saw the Hitcher.
That would be amazing if these two guys ran into Rucker Hour and we took a real left turn. So I can't tell. Is he singing his own song here or just something random? Because you said this was a big part of the book.
I still remember the lyrics, so when he gets to the chorus, I will know it.
Oh my god, we're still introducing new characters. Why is this kid mute? What is he, stupid? Oh god.
Okay, so I could not tell because they didn't play the lyrics that I know, but I have to assume either that's an original song or something he just came up with on the fly.
So this lady will become his love interest later, and we skip over a lot of that. It was some kind of trash can man. Oh god, he doesn't look too good. I wouldn't be surprised if
It's fine. It's fine.
I think that may have got them that Emmy though for makeup because this guy, Trash Can Man, like his deterioration over the course of this thing is very impressive, and I think some of the real standout makeup here, just all the blisters and burns and shit he gets from being out in the sun. Ma'am, you're too old to be doing this. You need a servant.
Am am I the only one? Does it look like she's maybe got some old age makeup on to
Oh,
make her
she
look
definitely does.
okay? It's not just me.
Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it's weird.
I think they get
'Cause-
too close sometimes.
yes, definitely, especially at the end. Because this actress I think was like in her 70s or so. So like she is older, but yeah, they definitely kicked on some makeup to make her look 100. Oh my god, don't kiss her. I'm gonna keep an eye on this blonde lady because I think she dies later, and I don't remember how.
Is
Some
he
of
one of the
these,
ones killed in the explosion?
I guess.
Because the explosion is weird. Because it feels like it's just to get some of the supporting characters that he doesn't have a plan for out of the way. Well, and this also raises that question of like, if this is fate, and like these are the chosen ones of the light, what the fuck are these kids gonna do?
They gotta repopulate the Earth. They're the next generation.
No, no, no! Wait, wait, wait! I don't like that.
It's fine. We're not at 8 yet. Stephen King hasn't gone there.
He just needs some more coke. It's fine.
And this does stand out as a very like pro faith message from King when the vast majority of his religious characters are awful hypocrites.
Well, what I think
That
is
is
interesting is he's never harsh on religion, more so
right.
religious figures.
Religious fanatics
Yeah.
is what he's critical of, which is fair.
Like my favorite is probably The Mist, uh,
Oh yeah,
with that awful lady who had to be an inspiration for Bev from
yes, like she's just
Midnight
that character from
Mass.
Midnight Mass. Yeah. Now, this stuff, I'm curious if it's elaborated on in the book because we kind of pay some lip service to it and then move on. But the idea that some people are like, well, I don't believe that this evil Randall Flagg guy exists. That doesn't really go anywhere.
That I don't remember. I remember the first half of the book better because that's the stuff I really love, where it's just these characters on a trip, trying to figure out what the hell they're doing. The population has died.
Mhm. Put on a shirt, you whore.
Who are you talking to? I like this line where he's like, "I don't believe in God," and she just kind of laughs. And it's like, "Yeah, but he believes in you."
Mhm. Yeah, and those are themes I wish we explored
Okay,
a little
you are a
more.
couple seconds ahead of me because I just got to what you were reacting. Like,
Yeah.
what the
Well,
fuck are
and
you talking about?
it would have been interesting though to explore kind of deeper characters with different religions, or in his case, atheists, just trying to figure out this weird thing, and then eventually this common enemy. I like that type of story, and that's the thing that Flanagan plays with a lot, especially in Midnight Mass. And now that I've seen this, I'm like, oh, okay, so Midnight Mass isn't just Salem's Lot. I can also see a bit of this now in Midnight Mass.
It is kind of everything that King has ever said about religious figures or religion diluted down into its purest like form
Mhm.
of you're gonna feel bad, but you're also gonna think a lot.
Yeah. And again, this story has so many King tropes, like the unexplained psychic characters and the evil monster.
Yeah, I don't know how Mother Abigail sends messages to their dreams.
Yeah, and then later we're gonna do a thing with Gary Sinise's character with Stu, where he starts getting premonitions and stuff that doesn't really go anywhere. It's just a thing he can do. Like, all right. So are Mother Abigail and Stu gonna, or it's not Stu, Nick, are they gonna hook up or what?
No, no, no. Wait. This isn't that kind of movie, Robert.
Don't ride in the back of a truck. That's dangerous.
You know, I'm gonna be that guy. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. I did it when I was a kid.
I also, I don't know. I think people kind of sometimes oversell how dangerous that can be. Like if you have a driver that's doing it responsibly.
Yeah. No, her house that didn't have indoor plumbing.
That is very much a sign of the '90s. So I feel like that was the last generation that did that. Nowadays, you tell a
Made
kid, "Hey, you want to ride the back of the truck?" They're probably like, "What?"
what? Yeah. No, and I mean it was just normal. Like my mom talks about all the time, like just getting in a truck, back of a truck with friends, going down to to the beach and shit. Just
Yeah.
doing whatever. I had friends like I remember riding in the back of a truck a few
Okay,
times when
so
I was a
let me
kid.
ask you
That's just
this:
not a thing anymore.
Is the villains or evil settling in Las Vegas too on the nose?
That's debatable. And again, maybe they do dive more into it in the book because this is a TV miniseries that can't go to those super adult places. But it really does feel like just a backdrop. Like we don't really explore themes of greed or lust here. It's like it's just kind of where they're hanging out. We don't see a lot of the seedy shit that's going on.
To be fair, there isn't
But
much seedy shit left. They're all dead. They stayed the course, Robert. They are all dead.
this shot's great. And he's like, I'm saved. And like I said, they did shoot some of this in Vegas for real. It is really impressive.
Yeah.
It doesn't, even if we had a big budget, doesn't seem like the thing you'd put a lot of effort into if you made this now. Where it's like, no, just do all shoot it all on green screens. It's fine. You need to go to real locations. Yeah, and this is where I get a little confused because they talk about Flag having like this grand plan for this guy that doesn't really amount to anything. It just blows up in his face, literally. And again, I'm not sure if that works or not.
So, if I have to be critical, there is a thing I think that this has with in common with the book is that you always feel like Flag has a plan. I don't know what the plan is,
Yeah.
but also isn't that how evil people usually are? It's like they win you in with like, I have a plan. I'm not gonna tell you. Because I think part of it is that like he can't put that plan into place with the good side still alive.
Yeah, well, and they imply, at least in the show version, that he's building like an army with like planes and missiles and shit, and he wants to kill them. Like he wants to wipe them all out. He
Yeah,
just
and
doesn't
you
yet
do
to get
see
that
some of
far.
that. I think. This stuff right here is the most like '90s TV movie I've ever seen.
Yes. MON. That's not what it spells. Shut up,
Shut up!
Tom.
It does. MOON. That spells Robert. I should just start saying that in our Discord chats with no context. Maybe 3 people will get it.
And we might be at the end of episode 2 here.
I think you're right. She said the thing, Robert.
Oh my god. Yeah, so do you want to pause it?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I am at 2:57:40 for anybody watching or
that
following
sounds
along
about
later.
right. Yeah.
No, at the betrayal.
All right, chat. We are gonna take a quick 5-10 minute break. Um, you said it's the betrayal. I'm gonna update the
Yes.
title before we go, so I don't forget. All right, we will be back in a few minutes.
See you then. We'll be right back after these messages.
And we are back. This is part
We're back,
3,
baby.
The Betrayal. Robert, are you ready?
I am ready for the betrayal.
I
It'll just take
said,
about an hour.
are
It'll take about
you ready?
I am ready.
And
Spoiler alert. It's gonna take about an hour and 20 minutes to get to said betrayal.
you really needed to get that out, huh?
I did.
In 3, 2, 1, play.
So I don't know if you remember this, but there is a second title card way late in this episode that's the betrayal. I'm like, oh, we're at the betrayal part. Okay. And
There's
this
title card number
is
1.
and this is maybe the most jarring start to any of these episodes. They're operating on a guy we don't know, we haven't met, who's now dead, and that's sad, I guess. With a lady we haven't met before helping out, who will be really important later, that I didn't even know was introduced here. So I'm guessing this is elaborated more on in the book.
Yeah, one of the guys that Stu meets at that like house that he's hanging out with has an appendix burst, and that's what's happening here.
Well, would have been nice to meet this guy. This feels like something you probably could have cut. If you're gonna cut the setup, I don't know why this is here. And also the judge character we meet here, played by Ozzy Davis.
I've seen him in
Who
something. I just can't think of what.
Yeah, he's in lots of stuff. He's in the '90s 12 Angry Men remake, which is very good.
Oh,
And
okay. I haven't
also,
seen that, but I've seen of it. Like,
it's really good. But also, this guy Ozzy Davis was married to Ruby Dee, who plays Mother Abigail.
ah,
So they apparently appeared in
is
tons of
that
stuff together.
nepotism?
How dare she?
Stop
get her
casting
husband
married
cast on this.
people.
Look, this movie has 100 parts. We gotta fill them out somehow. And yeah, now we're just
Hey,
doing this
Robert,
funeral.
you'll float too.
Oh, Harold. What even is that jacket?
Do you think that yellow rain jacket is a reference to it?
Oh. Yes. Do you think her yellow gloves are a reference to Doctor Strange?
Yes.
Harold, I don't know what you're trying to do. I just know you're doing it poorly.
It's
What
funny
even
too
is that
because
blade?
I feel like the romance with Fran and Stu isn't the best developed, but it's him or Harold. You pick Stu.
Like, the choice is pretty obvious. You love these low angle shots.
No, I like how even the older guys are like, "What the fuck are you doing?" No, it's like he's the toxic nice guy who thinks he's owed something for all those years of friendship, but he's also dumb and like incompetent.
But he can also build a bomb.
Well, he's smart. He's book smart. He's street
Yeah.
stupid.
My head canon is that's probably the trajectory he was going anyway if the apocalypse didn't happen. That kid was blowing up his school.
Harold, you look like I should be telling your friends not to go to school tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the only part of the miniseries where I feel like I missed an episode. We're talking about a lot of stuff I did not see.
Tell it, don't show it.
I don't know. Maybe I can, of course, refer to the book behind me. And see
Yeah,
if I
like you've been
missed.
asking me all these questions about the fucking book. You have it. You bastard.
Well, in the book, they refer to Harold as a genius, a sex-starved teenage genius.
Oh, Jesus. What book is it? I was reading one. Because King is really awkward with romance and sex. I don't remember what book it is, but he has somebody refer to breasts as bajoobies.
Ugh.
It's like, what the
Well, and
fuck?
later in this, I think Harold refers to Nadine as juicy. Don't say that. We'll get to it. But yeah, check this out. They had courage. They had brains. They were willing to use every weapon, from savage
Oh,
strength to seductive sex.
I found it. I don't know what book this is from. Wait a minute. Larry Crockett. Okay, so this is from the Salem's Lot book. A foul mouth girl with the most delectable set of jahoobies you ever clapped onto.
Was this a
This
thing in the 70s? I don't
this
know.
is an actual passage from Stephen King. Oh,
Well, when we do the it
why wasn't that
commentaries,
in the remake?
oh god, when we do the it commentaries, do you want to read aloud the passages that didn't make it on screen? Do
I
you want to
want
read
you to read them
those things?
specifically. Yes.
No, God no. But yeah, it is really funny that the book is set in '85, and then by the time we make the miniseries, we're well past that.
Robert, I sent you your new favorite Stephen King passage.
Oh no. Oh my god.
What?
I can't. Wow, that's interesting. Because I heard about this. I can't believe this made it on the book. So they are farther along than I thought. Soon to be a major motion picture directed by George A. Romero.
That's
Screenplay by Stephen King.
fascinating.
I knew that was discussed. I didn't know it got to the point of being printed on the freaking book.
That's crazy.
Because yeah, like he was one he was talking to, and when he was trying to make this a movie. I'm curious what that would have looked like.
No, that is insane. So Robert, how do you pronounce that word?
Oh no. And jaboobies.
King writes like a literary masterpiece, and then sometimes you get that shit. Oh, Mike Flanagan got to see this at a big on the big screen, sitting next to Mick Garris.
Oh, that's amazing. Did they play it all in one sitting?
Yeah, in one sitting.
That's amazing.
And he talks about he was a sophomore in high school when this came
Oh
out, and he
wow.
watched it as it aired, and had a major impact on him.
I can see why.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
just
says yeah, some things haven't aged well, but like this will always have a bit place in my heart because
no, that's nice.
this was ambitious for '94.
Oh, very much so.
I found his list. Okay, so I think you'll find this interesting. This is his list of ranking Stephen King adaptations. I don't agree with some of them as adaptations, but
Yeah, let's see what we got here. Well, he's got The Shining at number 1.
which is really funny as an adaptation.
Yeah, Shawshank, Carrie, Running Man's like a big one. I still need to see.
Running Man's great. It's just I can't show it to you on the channel because it's not a horror film.
I get. Oh my god, he has Maximum Overdrive at number 14. That's amazing.
I love that he has that over. Um,
The New Salem's Lot.
is that the new one? Oh yeah, he really didn't like that one.
Poor Trucks is in his last one. I've never seen Trucks.
I don't even know what that is. Crazy.
And the Dark Tower is very low, showing his hand there. Like, yeah, I can do that one better.
I do disagree with him with the Carrie remake. I think it's better than Firestarter. Well, I haven't seen the Firestarter, the original.
To each their own.
I haven't even heard of some of these. What the fuck is sometimes they come back?
It's pretty self-explanatory. Sometimes
Oh
they come
god,
back.
that shot of him looking out the window and
Nope,
that
it's
didn't
not
look
good.
good.
So I thought Trucks was what Maximum Overdrive. Oh my god, dude! I always forget about this. Yeah, Trucks is the short story, and then was remade. So Trucks was adapted by King into Maximum Overdrive as the '80s movie, and then it was remade as a TV movie in the '90s called Trucks. I always forget about this
I
one.
did not know about this.
It premiered in '97 on the USA Network
Hmm.
and stars a whole bunch of actors I'm not familiar with.
Is that the only time that you can think of where the original is also terrible, but like it's so unhinged that people just prefer the original?
Of course, hey man, Maximum Overdrive is memorable,
That's true.
and he directed it. Man, he owned it. The only like for me, the only real stain on Maximum Overdrive's legacy, like, oh, well, that makes it less fun, is the fact that he was so. Do you know about the thing with the cinematographer?
No.
King was so unhinged and unprofessional making that movie that he insisted on doing the stupid gag with a lawnmower for real, where everyone was telling him like, "Dude, you got to take the blade out. Like, you can't have a lawnmower that close to a camera." Like, and he's like, "Well, no, it's not gonna look good if it doesn't have the blade in it. It'll look fake." And it ended up the lawnmower ended up going over like a wood chip or something that then got lodged into the cinematographer's eye. Like
Ooh.
the cinematographer of that movie lost an eye making Maximum Overdrive. That sucks. So yeah, that is the we love to joke about coked out, insane Stephen King, but that's him at his most like irresponsible. Like,
Unhinged.
ooh, that blows.
Yeah.
I think the guy, like, because I think the cinematographer did sue him, and I think did get a bunch of money out of it. So that's something. But that sucks, dude. You're not looking too good, man. But yeah, I always forget about the TV movie version of Trucks. But that was late '90s, so
Would you
so it
say
kind of got
that
my
that being remade is eye for an eye?
oh
I'm surprised Children of the Corn ranks so low for him.
yeah, that is
Under the Lawnmower Man. I've only met one
that's
person that
impressive.
likes that movie.
Well, in the original Children of the Corn, I don't even know what to qualify it. Like, it's not a cult classic, but I mean, it was a hit. It was at least successful at the time. Um, it just has such a weird legacy now.
I'm shocked that he's missing some Stephen King adaptations. He's only ranked the first It, the 2017 one.
Yeah, and I don't think the ones. Well, I don't think the ones he's made he put on there, or at least I didn't see him.
No, but like he only has the 2017 one. The miniseries isn't
And not
here.
chapter
Part
two.
two isn't
Oh, weird.
here.
Yeah, I wonder where the miniseries would go for him. Was the and I didn't spot the original Salem's Lot. I saw the new Salem's Lot was on there, but I didn't see if he had
The
the
original
original.
Salem's Lot is number 9.
Oh, okay, that's pretty right. Because that was
Read
Toby
the
Hooper, right?
poster, Robert.
Nah.
Yes, that is Toby Hooper. Um, he doesn't have the Firestarter remake on here, which I mean that's fine. That remake
Yeah.
sucks ass.
Oh, Nadine, what are you wearing?
Why does it look like it's held up with a rope?
What's wrong with your face?
The Green Mile is not on here.
Yeah, that's weird.
Complete fraud. Mike
Idiot.
Flanagan hasn't seen the Green Mile.
And holy shit, it's Joe Hill.
Oh my god.
No.
Are you surprised that he still does cameos like this after Creepshow?
I mean that's King's best performance, right? Like
I mean, I
unironically.
don't hate it, but he was embarrassed by that.
Which is really funny. I think he's great. He's so much fun. I don't know. It's weird that he's not just a cameo. He's like kind of a character here. Like he pops up 3 or 4 times.
He's also one of those people that like he has like a really memorable face,
Yeah.
but it's also because I think he kind of looks weird. Like
He looks like the Who's from the live action Grinch movie, if we're being honest. It's fine.
I'm also really curious if he'll be in the Dark Tower. Not to spoil the Dark Tower, but the last couple of books get really meta. Like they go to the real world and they meet Stephen King, and like he's a character in his own books. And it gets really weird. They should cast his son to play Stephen King.
Yeah, Joe Hill. But I mean, and Joe Hill does just like he does just look like him.
Yeah. And I don't normally have that, like, oh shit, like these two people look the same. But I could see it with him.
Mhm.
Same with Maya Hawke, like she just looks like Uma Thurman to me.
Mhm.
But yeah, I always think about that with these projects that like are kind of niche now, but I'm a big fan of like approaching an actor and be like, "Hey, I really like this thing. I doubt anybody else has ever brought it up to you, but I'm gonna be the first."
I think that's more interesting. I mean, I haven't really gotten to meet many celebrities, but I would try to bring up more obscure stuff.
Like go up to
Just
Gary Sinise and be like, "Yeah, The Stand is my favorite thing that you've ever been in."
and for no reason, you should wear like a CSI New York T-shirt just to
and a
fuck with
Forrest Gump hat.
it. Yeah, the first thing my mom ever saw Gary Sinise in was Forrest Gump, and she just assumed he in real life didn't have legs because that visual effect was that good and that impressive.
That's amazing.
Oh my god, it's the biker gang from Dawn of the Dead. They're screwed. Tom Savini
This
shows
would
up.
be a lot better if Tom Savini got a cameo.
Tom Savini should show up as his character from Dusk Till Dawn as one of the good guys.
Well, I don't know if
Cross
you
them
because
over.
you've seen Land of the Dead, right?
Part I haven't seen it starts to finish, but yeah, I know he has a cameo in that.
Well, not only does he have a cameo, according to Romero, he is playing the same character from Dawn of the Dead, just as a zombie.
Even though he looks like 30 years older.
It's fine.
That's fine. No, yeah, I think he's holding the machete. Still, after all those years. Great. Oh my god, it's that chick who was awful left. And Stephen King's like, I'm still here. I'm part of the movie now. Have you ever done a Maximum Overdrive commentary on the channel?
I've never seen it.
Oh my god.
I know. Funnily enough, I'd never even heard of it until I joined the Discord.
That's amazing.
It's
For
been on
for
the
a long
list.
I mean, it usually ranks pretty low for Stephen King movies, but you know what? It is so bad it's good. It's great
And I feel
time.
like I would like it, but I also feel like I'm kind of waiting to watch that with people.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll still add it to the list.
That's fun. Is that a horror movie? Everything I've seen from it makes it looks like a comedy.
It's comedy, action, horror. Fuck you. It's all of it.
Oh.
I mean,
It's stuff
but
like
it
this
is.
that kind of makes me love this version because they're so just stuck with the technology of the time. It's like, oh, that's fun.
Yeah, they got the lights back on. And this is so morbidly funny, like all these machines turning back on, and you're seeing all these corpses everywhere. Like there's some great visuals here.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because Abigail's really only purpose of the story is to bring these people together.
Yes.
Do you think she sticks around too long? Like, what purpose to the narrative does she serve now?
Well, their way around that though is having her feel guilty for vaguely sinning. So, which we're establishing here. So she leaves and then comes back and dies.
We love
I don't know
coming
how
back to
necessary.
die.
Yeah, it's really weirdly handled. It would probably make more sense to just keep her around and then have her die in the explosion, or get wounded in the explosion and then die.
In my head, that is how that happens, but I know it's probably not.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, maybe that's how it happens in the book, but yeah, the show, it's just kind of weird.
You have the book right behind you.
Nah.
Read a book or we're all gonna die.
And like I said, scenes like this, we've got what, like 300 extras in here, plus the main cast. Like, it's pretty cool. I like the scale.
Yeah, no, this is
Of
impressive.
this scene. And why is Colonel Sanders here?
He he's immune because of the chicken.
That's the secret. That's the twist. We got an ending.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Every time I see his jeans, I'm just reminded of how awful 90s jeans were. It just looks so bad and uncomfortable. And I'm like, God, what were we doing? We did not figure out jeans yet. If you can remember such a time.
I mean, even as a kid, I didn't wear jeans.
So we just saw Stephen King sitting next to, I think, Mick Garris. If it's not him, it's the guy who looks just like Mick Garris. Because he'll sometimes cameo and stuff. Or stuff he makes. Whoa, I like applauding.
I applauded it for being different.
He said a thing, I recognize that. Okay, this scene's cute and all, where they sing the national anthem. Did they have to do the whole song?
Yes. How
This goes on a
unpatriotic
while.
of you.
America.
Yeah, how dare you not be moved to tears? Are you just unpatriotic?
Nick doesn't even have his hand over his heart. What an asshole.
He can't hear what's happening.
He can still do this. Bastard.
I love that Gary Sinise is like the most half-assed, like, it goes here, right? And before somebody in the comments is like, "How dare you be unpatriotic for the stand?" This feels like a TV movie thing.
It
I,
does.
I feel like this is not in the book. King wouldn't have given a shit.
Yeah, I don't like the face he's making. Play ball. I mean, you say that. I just saw Stephen King applauding. He's into it.
He was scripted too. That's not Stephen King. That's Ted. He's looking for the corkscrew.
Oh no, Abigail's dementia's kicking in.
No, no, no. Wait.
Don't walk down there.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, where the fuck are you to go? You're like 150.
Woo! He said beer. Yeah. Also, Nick just wrote he's a natural. How do you know? Yeah, take a good look at this chick in the blue shirt because she's gonna be really important later. And I completely forgot this is where she was introduced. Maybe we actually saw her earlier, but still, she had like 2 lines. And then musician guy is now dating red-haired lady. I think their whole romance happens completely off screen.
Yeah.
We saw them meet, and then they're just dating at some point.
This is fine.
One of my few gripes with this, and maybe this is a result of the budget, but you kind of lose this sense of like community of the safe haven after this scene because once we're past this, we're back to only focusing on 15 or 20 characters
Well,
for all we ever see.
yeah, and maybe this is old memories. Like I could be remembering wrong. I always kind of got the gist that it was a small like community. It wasn't basically a small town.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to rewrite it. I'm just because I mean, look at that's at least 300 people. Um, what I would expect the story to do is having Randall Flagg and his accomplice, kind of tear them apart from the inside, making them turn on each other. Like you get a smidge of that with the bomb, but that's kind of the extent of it. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop and these people start turning on each other. That's not really what we do. This ends up being a lot more optimistic than that.
Well, it's funny too that they titled this episode "The Betrayal" because it's going to be like Nadine and Harold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who have both sucked the whole time. They have contributed nothing. They've just been tagging along. No, that's a really good point. Yeah, that's not much of a betrayal.
I don't think any of them like Harold anyway.
Nope.
They tolerate him at best. I think Stu is just mildly confused by him. That is probably my favorite dynamic where Harold like sees him as a threat to Nadine to Franny and like is jealous and is like trying to puff up his chest and shit. And It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid?
Well, that was the thing I was going to mention earlier too. Is in the same scene we find out that Franny's pregnant, and her and Stu like have their first kiss, and are like, "Hey, Harold, by the way, we're gonna start dating now." I'm like, "Wait, did he get her pregnant?" And, like, I was very confused and lost because we jumped so much time. And yeah, now this is the scene where they find out that Mother Abigail has abandoned
Albania is lost.
them. I want this kid to say something. Also, Mother Abigail, you couldn't wait like a day. You had to leave during their big town community meeting. That seems kind of selfish. Like, look at this. Now she's gonna be like, Mother Abigail's gone, and they're like, oh fuck.
That is the interesting thing about the mentorship character of them knowing when is the right moment to let the people they're leading. Not to take this back to Harry Potter, but I'm going to. Um, is I don't think J.K. Rowling knew what to do with Dumbledore for the first 5 books
Mhm.
because he's just there for the first 3, and then he's kind of in 4, and then in 5, his bright idea is I'm going to ignore this child that just went through hell, and I'm not going to let his friends be in communication with him. And then
Yeah,
in 6, it's like, oh, now I'm going to tell you everything because I'm dying.
right. Like those stories work from Harry's point of view, from the protagonist's point of view, but it also just doesn't feel like Dumbledore's really doing anything.
Yeah,
Like, he's not investigating. Like, does he know where the chamber is? I don't know, but he knows to send Fox there at the end. He doesn't show up. He's just like, Harry will be
I
fine.
kind of have always had the feeling, maybe as I've gotten older, that the first 2 books are Dumbledore testing Harry, which is fucked. He was 12.
Very. Yeah.
And in 3, you
Yeah.
cannot convince me he doesn't know exactly what's happening. I have many questions about the whole series Black thing. Was there a trial? Did you gather evidence?
Hey, look, it's the main crew and a blonde lady.
But I also think J.K. Rowling is trying to write him as morally gray, but she sucks at morality. So by the end, you just pretend that he's the good guy and not a potential psychopath.
John, it was part of God's plan. Don't question
Oh,
it. Oh, hi, Nadine. Long time no see.
I like this dynamic in terms of he's kind of her last attachment to the good side, and like she doesn't want to be evil, but it's such an overwhelming draw.
Mhm. No, I like that idea. I just don't think we saw enough of him being nice to her.
Which arguably could say is the point. Like he kind of pushes her into Flag's arms, but I also don't understand why she changes her mind at the last second.
Well, I think she's deeply regretted her actions at that point.
Mistakes were made.
Well, and that's what's interesting though about the story from a biblical perspective is the King kind of splits Judas like into 2 characters with Harold and Nadine. Like there's a bit of Judas in both of them. And a spoiler alert, both end up taking their own lives, just under different circumstances.
I will say I don't like Harold. Like I think he's a good character, but like he's written well enough that I hate him.
Mhm.
What happens to him is horrifying.
Oh yeah, it's messed up. And yeah, you could say that he kind of pushes her into Flag's arms, but she's coming on way too strong here and has already left him multiple times. So you know this is going to end badly anyway. She is so responsible for her choices. She can't just say, "Oh, let's be friends. Let's hang out." She's like, "No, I want to fuck you now." Make love to me. You tease. You s- you sent all the signals.
Yeah, and to be fair to him, she's coming off as a crazy person right now.
Yes. It's just weird. It is weird that we have not one but two crazy, horny, evil girls. Maybe one's enough. It's weird that we do two. Oh. And this is where I get real confused because he just told her that this lady, this is his wife now? What? I missed something. It's enough of a
We'll think
leap
about
that
it.
they're. I get that they're dating and living together, but his wife? Okay. I missed something.
Don't think it, don't say it.
That's kind of a jump forward. I don't know. Like I said, the jump from episode 2 to 3 is by far the most awkward of any of these episodes where we skip over a lot. And this character, you were talking early on about this guy not being that interesting, kind of underdeveloped. I feel the same way about her. By the end, her only role is, well, she's also pregnant, so she's also going to keep humanity going, but she doesn't really get a lot to do outside of her setup. But they're a couple
Are you
now.
talking about the
Okay,
redhead?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't even. I forgot about her.
yeah. At the end, she's pregnant, so okay. Also, Nadine, what are you wearing? I can't get a handle on this outfit. And like I said, it's over the top, but I think this actress does sell all these shades of this character, like the desperation, the lust, the loneliness, and the dark side, and then the guilt. Like she checks every box. I, mean, I like a morally conflicted villain.
And I do think just her story alone could make a cool horror film.
Hmm.
Um, because obviously it's the shades of Dracula or Nosferatu, but with a different take. Like he's not a true vampire; it's more like being seduced by the devil.
Hmm.
We've made enough Antichrist movies. Like
Yeah, this is a little different. Like I said, I think maybe blonde lady and redheaded lady you probably could have combined into one character.
yeah,
This is when I start forgetting who. This is when I start forgetting who some of these people are.
a lot of King stuff, even his books, where I remember the protagonists, Stu, Larry, Reed, I think Reed. But then you get into some of the side characters that are just there to fill out the story. I'm like, who are you again?
I do like the old guy though, Glenn. We haven't really talked about him much. He that actor is very likable. But another character I can't get a strong grasp on because earlier he had that scene like, well, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe we shouldn't try to reset the world. And why are we doing this just for Mother Abigail? But then at this point, he's like super on board, and I don't know what happened in between because he ends up being like very for the cause by the end of this. Like, there are characters who have like these arcs where I do think I'm missing some of it. That's probably in the book.
Are you saying it needs to be more than 6 hours? No, but I think that's what I was saying because you're talking about Larry, right?
Well, him and Glenn, the
Okay.
older guy.
Well, with Larry specifically, that's kind of what I was talking about with his backstory. Is they cut out. He's the flaky guy. He's good at heart, but he doesn't always follow through. And now he's at this point where he doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Okay, that's something. And now
Whereas,
we're
in the old world, he'd always go back to his mom. His mom bailed him out and say,
hmm,
"Oh, you'll do better next time." He doesn't have that
yep,
anymore.
yeah. It's the thing I'd like to kind of wish we got to talk about more. But now we're at my favorite scene where we volunteer and trick and hypnotize a mentally challenged man into going on this dangerous journey. What?
To be fair, this plays differently here. Um, I think in the book, I could be wrong. This isn't to hit. The idea isn't to hypnotize him to go. It's to hypnotize him so if he gets caught, he won't remember anything.
And
But
this
there
is
is a
important for
reason
the
in the book that
plot.
it has to be him, but I can't remember why.
Yeah, like this whole hypnotism thing is kind of goofy, but the plot does necessitate it later. But the framing of it's just weird of Nick of them all discussing like, well, who's the third guy? And then Nick going, I know the perfect person. My mentally challenged friend, he can go. But we gotta hypnotize him first. Thanks, Nick. I mean, he doesn't literally say that out loud because he's, deaf. But that is what happens. Like, I don't want to rag on this back half too much, but I think for me, the first episode is probably the best.
Well, I have that with
But
the book too, where I think the stuff with the plague and just seeing these characters go on this journey to get here is the best part.
yeah, and this stuff's still fine. This miniseries does just get progressively lighter and cheesier as it goes. Which isn't inherently a bad thing, but there are some problems here and there.
Yeah.
Like I said, the framing of the scene's just really weird. And something I think you'd probably change if you were readapting this.
Yeah, we've already seen that. You just adapted non-linearly.
Yeah, now I wonder who played Tom in the
Oh God, I don't know actually.
2020s one.
I don't know if I got to him. Or Nick. another that adaptation. Funnily enough, I think had the same thing as this. Where does anybody remember that now?
No, I think that got quickly forgot. I remember some hype for it when it was coming out, and then it just died.
Brad William Henke. Henke? Oh, good. They got a football player.
Oh,
Oh, he's an actor. Okay, fair enough.
he was in Space Jam.
He was. I love that movie.
Good for him. Yeah, it says he died a couple years ago. It's fortunate.
Oh, damn. He was also in. I just saw it. It was like a real movie. Oh, he's in Pacific Rim as the
Oh,
memorable
that's cool.
construction foreman.
He was also, believe it or not, as different characters in episodes of CSI, Cold Case, Law and Order, and CSI Miami, and Criminal Minds. He was in all.
He's in Castle too.
Of course.
Oh, he was a character on Orange Is the New Black for
Oh, damn. Okay, that's something. And it looks like his last role was in an episode of Law and Order SVU.
how embarrassing.
Yeah,
Maybe
better
that's
than
what
the
killed him.
Stand remake, I guess.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
weird. He's
RIP.
only in 6 out of 9 episodes of The Stand. Oh God.
Oh, and Nat Wolf is Lloyd? That's weird casting.
Dude, what did they do? Okay, are you ready to see Tom Cullen in the 2020 The Stand?
Oh no. Oh no.
What did they do? He looks like they just threw random shit on him.
Why is he dressed like the bear guy in The Shining?
Oh God.
We'll watch it one day.
They made Nick Brazilian for some reason.
Yeah. This is a story where you can race spin some of the side characters. I think that's fine.
Did you just call Nick a side character? Fuck you.
This is Stu's story, damn it.
Owen Teague as Harold. I do remember. Oh, Patrick from the new It movies is Harold. That's fitting.
Oh.
I don't know if you remember him, but he's one of the bullies. Oh
Oh.
God, Robert, they made him look somehow slimier.
No, no.
Like people thought he was gonna be a good guy.
Yeah, that makes sense. But back to this version. I do. We only really get it in one scene, but I do like addressing. Yeah, in this town we're building, we have all these freaking dead bodies we got to dispose of. So somebody's got to do it.
He's got
It
to
ain't much,
do
but
it.
it's honest work. All right, I like addressing stuff like that in apocalypse stories, where it kind of takes the fun out of the zombie survival fantasy of oh yeah, but the cleanup would suck. Seems to me you're trying to seduce me, Nadine. She's wearing red because she's evil. Don't Fall for it, bro. Is it just me, or does Harold start morphing into Crispin Glover as he
Glover.
gets more evil?
Yes, he does continue to morph into Christmas Glover.
Holy Jesus, goddamn! Holy Jesus, jumping Christmas shit.
No, I could see that. They got to be thinking about that, right?
Yeah,
Because he does
maybe.
kind of look like Crispin Glover in Willard.
Mm. Well, and also when he's more of a nerd early on, when he's got the glasses, like he does look kind of like George McFly in
And
Back to
as
the
someone who
Future.
wears glasses, fuck you. You can't just decide I'm done wearing glasses.
Yes, you can. Movies have taught me this. He looks cooler without them, though.
That's one of the things that cracks me up in the Harry Potter movies. Like, does he change his prescription every year? He's been wearing those since he was like, I don't know, an infant. Can he actually see anything that's happening?
This scene isn't romantic at all. It's just weird.
Yeah, maybe you should have waited to dye her hair gray until after this. It looks like the crazy grandma down the street's hitting on the pool boy again. And also the way that it's shot, like, kind of looks like a documentary. Like, I don't know if you're having that, but
No, it's weird. It's such a weird offer because she's like, all right, so I want you to come with me and do some really evil shit, but I can't offer you like the full sex because I gotta bang Satan. Are you cool with that? And he's like, yeah. This poor guy, no matter what side he's on, he's either getting cucked by Stu or he's getting cucked by Randall Flagg.
you know, some
Can't
people are
catch a
just born
break.
to be the cuck. Put that on the poster. You know what though? I can't blame him. If she was coming on to me, I'd probably also cry.
Well, it's really funny and gross, like how much they can imply, given that this is, a network television series. But what she's proposing is, okay, we can't do the sex, but there is other stuff I can that won't break the rules. And you're like, I don't want to picture her doing that with him, but that's what's implied. And he's like, all right, that's good enough for me.
Well, what
I
surprises
s-
me is how far the scene with her and Flag is allowed to go later.
it goes pretty far, but she's wearing a bra, so it's fine.
Well, because usually, like, yeah, you know, you get the makeout scenes on TV, but to show something that is specifically non-consensual.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about before, I grew up with CSI, and that was in the 2000s, and that was very boundary pushing for what they could show
And even then, they couldn't show
on
shit
TV.
like that. That was all. You usually saw the after the fact.
Yeah, but I don't want to see Harold in these situations. This isn't sexy at all.
I just don't want to see Harold. Can he die already?
That's just something else. Thank you. It's like, all right, Mother Abigail's gone. We're still talking about that. In case you forgot. And I'm guessing this judge guy is set up more in the book because we've just seen him tag along, and then he's just one of the 3 volunteered. Like, yeah, he can go. It's
Yeah, I
fine.
mean, probably. I feel like he's just one of the people that Stu picks up along the way.
Yeah,
I don't know,
like he
because
just
King
kind of
does
shows
have
up
that
and then.
like layers of like these are the important people, these are the slightly less important people, and these are just people that are there.
Yeah, and then also his subplot doesn't amount to much. Like he just gets killed. He doesn't get to do anything. It's very sad and weird. It's just scenes like this that do slow down a little because I'm like, I don't know. Can we get to some of the other characters? Nah,
Because I
what do
still
you
have the
show me here? I don't want to see that.
just for comparisons, because I still have the page up. This is Francine from the remake, and while I haven't finished the show, unless something changes, she has to romance James Marsden.
Oh God.
Yeah, she looks 17.
Yeah, that's weird. Maybe don't do that. Yeah, speaking of awkward romances, how old is he supposed to be? And how old is she supposed to be?
Somewhere between 18 and 40. Oh, okay. So my Harry Potter thing was not out of left field as I thought. David Yates almost directed a remake of this
Oh, interesting.
with Ben Affleck. And apparently he wanted Matthew McConaughey to play Stu and Christian Bale to play Randall Flagg.
That's interesting.
And this was supposed to be a film version, but it was planned from the start to be a multi-film version.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Jesus. They were going to do 4 movies.
that's insane. That's too much. Now I see why this didn't happen.
Yeah, Ben Affleck and Scott Cooper both dropped out due to creative differences. And then apparently, and then oh, sorry. So Gates leaves at some point. Josh Boone is pulled in. He's the one that wants Bale and McConaughey.
Hmm.
And then they were going to do 4 movies. And then somebody was like, no, 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 no. We'll do an 8-part Showtime miniseries. Oh my God. Okay, no, it gets more insane. Warner Brothers proposed an 8-part Showtime miniseries to set up the story, which would then culminate in Josh Boone's film.
Why would you do that? Why? Why?
So I don't know if that was like an 8-part miniseries and then the 4 films, or if 3 of those movies would just be reworked into this 8-part Showtime movie. Can you
Okay.
imagine that? Here, to watch this movie, you have to watch 8 hours of television, and then we're gonna make 3 more after this.
Good God.
Ugh.
I mean, that's a thing we struggle with now because we always anytime we have like a big show on TV, it's like, well, what if they do a movie? How will that do in theaters? And we're still not sure. It's still seen as a risk because it's that tricky thing of, well, can you expect everyone watching the show to go see the movie? And then how many people are going to see the movie without seeing the show who are just going to be lost and confused? That's just a weird experiment.
Warner Brothers was oddly like confident in The Stand of all things.
Yeah, why that one?
Oh my god! Now I wish that had happened. I don't know if they would have even gotten to the movie parts, but that would have been funny. Robert, wake up! We got
I'm not even saying
more hours
it's
to
fine.
go.
Yeah, less than 2. We're almost there. I'm not even saying I want this, but hypothetically, if we got the reverse of what we're doing, like with it, if they announced, well, we're gonna do like a Pennywise origin show, and then we're gonna adapt it as a couple movies, that makes a little more sense, right? Not saying they should have done that. I'm just saying.
And then at some point in all that insanity, the CBS All Access show was
Yep.
created.
And yeah, and then that got dumped on Paramount of all things. Like,
Well, that was a CBS All Access original.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, and how many people watch those? I don't know
Well,
a
and that
single
was even
person
weirder
in the
because that was
person
when it was CBS All Access. Nobody knew
Hmm.
what the fuck CBS All Access was. Like,
It
you
was
give
the Star
these
Trek
streaming
Discovery
services shit for their like bland naming, but people are going to recognize Paramount Plus over CBS All Access.
channel. Yeah.
I still don't know what NBC was thinking with Peacock. How many people know that their logo is supposed to be a peacock?
I don't know. Hey, look, it's Blonde Lady. She's still part of the crew.
Hey,
Take
remember
a shot
Fran
every
is
time she.
pregnant?
Yep. That is when you could tell though, like when we fade to black and come back. Whenever we do that, we immediately lead with some exposition. Like, by the way, don't forget this important detail. It keeps happening. Like the last scene with the two guys talking about sitting about as a spy. They're like, "Yeah, Mother Abigail's been gone a while." Sheila, like, she did leave. They seem to be doing fine without her. Oh my god. Somebody set this backlot on fire.
How fucking dare they?
God, Harold. Even in Dreamland, you're a fucking nerd. Hey, see, he's wearing his glasses again while he's dreaming. Oh god.
Meanwhile, at the Riddler's base of operations,
What am I watching? Creep Show?
you know,
What's happening?
at this time, he wouldn't have made a bad Riddler.
No? Yeah, I don't know if I've seen this dude in anything else, but I do like him here.
I now have
Well,
two people for my casting of 90s TV Batman.
Gary Sinise?
No, I have always said that David Borneaz in Angel would be the perfect TV Batman for that time period.
Yeah, yeah. I can see
And now I have a Riddler.
that. We got one.
Oh, Marvel did a 6 issue. Wait, what? Okay, I need to read this out loud because I don't understand. Marvel Comics adapted The Stand into a series of 5-issue comic book miniseries. So is it a
That's
six?
a lot of comics.
Is it a 6-issue miniseries or is it a 5-issue miniseries? Which is it? Oh, so that is something that they don't bring up in this as well. The virus that gets the nickname of Captain Trips, that I don't think they ever mention in this. Also, because I mentioned, so in 1990, The Stand is reprinted as the complete and uncut edition. Over 400 pages were added back in.
Good lord.
So you have like a relic, and you better never get rid of that because that's super interesting. Not only because it's the original version, but also the George Romero thing.
Yeah. The 400 extra pages were just weird Harold
Sex
and the
dreams.
Sex dreams.
So this is Corin Nemec. Harold.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in a lot, but nothing I have heard of.
Oh, and this black guy here, he was in Sleepwalkers. He
Oh.
plays a cop. That there's a few people Mick Garris brought over from that in here.
Oh no, Robert. He was in Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
Oh no. I've never seen it.
I didn't even realize until a couple years ago that there was like an entire Anaconda and Lake Placid cinematic universe.
Those direct-to-video movies, man. There's a lot of them.
He's in an episode of Smallville?
Interesting. Which one?
0. What episode is that?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay. So that is the episode where Lex is framed at Club Zero.
Which season is it?
That is episode. That's season 1.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the episode. Did you do any of the commentaries with us on season 1? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember at this point. I might not have been on season 1. No, I don't think I started doing some with you guys until 2.
That is the one where the guy comes to Smallville to terrorize Lex because he blames Lex for his sister losing her fiance at Club Zero because Lex seduced her or whatever.
Mm.
Okay, are you ready to get a laugh? He's the fiance.
That iconic character.
No, but think about it. He got cut by Lex Luthor.
Okay, look at this girl in the hard hat. We saw her earlier, and I'm like, who is that?
He's a spy.
Yeah. Who was sent off screen?
It's fine. You don't need to know.
Yeah, it's like when they're talking about sending spies out, that's just a random name they say. I'm like, I don't know who that is, and we don't see her leave. The last time we saw her, she was singing the national anthem, and now she's here with Randall Flagg.
This piece of music is a choice.
This scene's amazing. No, this is when Harold goes full evil, and he's amazing, and I've now forgiven him for all of his transgressions.
But I just find it funny that the only 2 things I've seen this actor in are roles where he gets cheated on by a woman. Oh, Robert. He's in CSI New York. He's in CSI Miami. He's in NCIS Los Angeles. He's in something called Star Trek Renegades that I've never heard of. Oh, it's like a fan film.
Oh.
So he's not even in an official Star Trek thing. He's in the fan film. Oh, and he did an episode of Tales from the Crypt that same year. Cool. And he played a character named Hal.
Has Jeffrey Combs ever been in a Stephen King adaptation?
Jeffrey Combs. I feel like he seems perfect like somebody, for it.
Right?
Okay, so I take
He's
back
been
my
in Star
complaint.
Trek.
This music choice is amazing.
I love it. September 8th.
I am not seeing one, but to be fair, especially now, he's in a lot of shit.
Yeah. How is he not in a Stephen King miniseries, though? Missed opportunities.
I mean, how do you cast him in Watchmen and not give him Rorschach?
That's true.
Don't worry, he was in Beethoven's Tale as I can't even say this name. What the fuck? Robert, help me. How do
I
you
can't.
say that? How do you say that?
Fritz Bruschnauzer.
And he was in the classic movie Return to House on Haunted Hill, the
Oh.
decade later sequel to the remake of House on Haunted Hill that nobody liked. That's not true. I like that movie. Oh, I should see if that's on the list. We added two and I removed one. I think that's an absolute win. Oh wait, House on Haunted Hill was already on there, so I put it on there twice. Whoops. It's
You're just
fine.
really trying to increase the chances of us landing on it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna copy and paste Dawn of the Dead like 60 times till we get it.
Oh my god, she's back. And she looks like shit.
Oh my god.
She's like, I made a mistake. I should not have left.
Yeah, like what the fuck happened to you out there?
I don't know.
Why does it look like that's Justin from Power Rangers Turbo holding her?
No, I can't escape. Somebody kill him.
Tried to run from it. Justin arrives on the scene.
Oh no, he's wearing his stupid jacket again.
Okay, so if we're going with the religious angle, is the metaphor here that Jesus is 40 days in the desert?
Uh, I mean, I guess, except I don't know what she was doing.
Yeah. And I don't think that's something he puts in the book. It's just she disappears. Maybe that's the 400 extra pages. The Adventures of Abigail.
Oh, and their psychic powers are kicking in. Something's wrong. Nick will save the day.
To be fair, this isn't that far off from everything else that's happened in this with her communicating with them.
No. Oh.
It's really funny about the deaf and dumb guy screeching.
So, yeah,
I do
it's
like the irony that his like big declaration is the deaf guy who can't hear it.
yeah, that's fun. No, good explosion.
Yeah.
it's real. Okay, I will say that is a genuine mistake. We should have had another shot of that blonde lady in the house just so that we knew she blew up. Because I think they're gonna say her name later as one of the victims, but I don't remember what her name is.
That
But then
red
I'm like, oh, she died, I guess.
that red screen fade out was a choice.
Yeah, it was. And this dress was a choice.
Why does
Why
she
is
have a
she wearing?
cape?
Why is she wearing this in Mother Abigail's dream fantasy? I don't know.
You don't know
It's
what
weird.
Mother Abigail's into. Don't judge. We don't shame here, sir. Um, I've had that stupid Star Wars musical they said you stuck in my head all day. I don't know if you actually watched it. Uh, the music
I,
itself isn't bad. The faces when it shifts into the AI is horrifying.
oh god. This is one of those scenes though where Molly Ringwald, I just don't think she's great here. I don't know if it's the direction or the material. I think she's just kind of falling flat in the scene. Like that look on her face. This is not the most convincing crying I've seen her do on screen. I have sinned in pride. No, I think you sinned when you freaking left us for no reason and didn't tell us where you were going.
He left us. She left us. That's
That's
not
not
what I'm gonna do.
what I'm gonna do.
I don't know why he pauses during that line delivery, but I'm so happy he did.
It's so good. Oh my god. She doesn't look too good.
You think that it's a little convenient that she didn't like miscarry or anything from that explosion?
Yes.
She was just like, I hate kids. I want them all to die.
Yeah. Well, I mean the very end of this story, I get what he's going for though. Like this character's put through a lot of tests, and this baby, it takes a lot of fighting, to save this baby and for it to be born into this violent, hostile world. I get all that, but some of it seems a little stretched out. Yeah, now he's gonna rattle off all these people who died. I'm like, I don't know,
How dare you?
dick. Don't say that.
You can't say that.
It looks like Harold did it, and nobody's surprised. Like, what? He was my best friend. And that is part of where it's kind of a loose analogy, because part of the tragedy of the story of Jesus and Judas is that they were, friends. Nobody liked Harold. Or a surprise. Yeah, is somebody gonna put this old lady out of her misery already?
No.
She looks like the Crypt Keeper. Like I said, there is a lot of good makeup here, but sometimes we get a little too close to it, and you're like, that looks rough. You have to go on foot. Why? God couldn't give us a car? Ma'am, you're not in a position to be calling that dude a creature. You're not looking too hot yourself.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You can't say that.
It's fine. Also, other guy here maybe could have been cut. He gets a lot of screen time in this back half, and he doesn't really do anything. He's just there. Like, we just decided he's one of the main characters. I get it. He picked up Nick and Tom. It's fine. But now he's just like, oh, I'm a main character now. I'm not dead yet. Oh, right. We're a couple. This is my wife. Did you forget?
Remember? That really does kind of look like Justin from a Turbo movie. So there's a weird thing here because I think Stu is going with them, but then
Yep.
he'll get sick and has to go back. Why
He
did
gets
you?
taken out really easily. It's part of
Why did
God's
you have?
plan, John. Don't
Why did you
question
have
it.
him go in the first place?
Because he's the main character and he needs to be on screen.
God damn it!
We talked over it, but Mother Abigail said that one of you will fall and not reach there. That's the payoff to that. It's like you have to go. He
Yeah,
has
and
to
I mean
stay.
that's not just like an in-universe thing. It's like King. What? Just don't have him go. I feel like they've aged her up a little bit to make this romance work a little bit more.
Yes. Because, like I said, in real life, they're maybe like 10 years apart in age, which is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't get hung up on that. Like, when both people are over 21, it's none of my business. I don't care.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you're over 18, do whatever the fuck you want.
John 2025. When I was skimming through some of the production, apparently it was like really cold for all of these shoots, and in scenes like this, I'm like, oh, I can tell. Like these actors look like they're freezing. And the reason why they were able to get all these locations though is they apparently did shoot a lot of this guerrilla style. They just drove places, shot what they needed, and just kept going. Like I respect that. And at least we brought the talking dog. Oh my god, it's the Crow. When is Brandon Lee showing up?
Tomorrow.
And was that the end of part 3?
You believe it was. Try to sync up this time. I'm gonna pause. All right, Robert, we're almost there.
We're almost there.
How you feeling?
Fine.
Okay, so let me ask you this before we start the fourth and final part. Do you want to wait till the very end to announce what your pick is, or do you just want to do it now while we're on a break?
No, I'd rather announce it at the end. Did you need another break? Because I'm good to keep going.
No, I'm good.
Let's do it.
This. Oh, of course, The Stand.
The Stand. Yeah, it's one of those. Oh my god, it's the title.
Roll credits. All right. This is part 4 of The Stand, also called The Stand. In 3, 2, 1, play. I'm glad I own this on Blu-ray, and I'm also glad this Blu-ray is not stretched. This is a 4x3 still.
Yes.
Also, I'd like to point out we got a proper The Stand restoration before a proper Buffy HD restoration. What a
Well,
timeline
this is
we
only
live
4 eps. Yeah, now this is a pretty shocking opening. This did surprise me. We do not waste any time.
in. Like, where's the last episode? We got to get going.
Yeah, this is what we call a dick move. That flag pulls on Harold. And this is a good stunt. That is awesome. And clearly a stunt guy, but that's fine. Oh
Yeah,
god.
that's crazy.
That's a really good stunt. And this is the first of 2 premonitions Gary Sinise will have about Harold in this episode. What do he contribute? Nothing. There are 2 scenes of him going, "Oh, something messed up just happened to Harold." Well, anyway.
I like that he's kind of becoming the next Abigail, so to speak.
I guess. Is
I
that the
don't know.
idea? Okay.
I mean, sure. Hey, Robert, you know what else came out this year? The same year as The Stand? The Shawshank Redemption, The Mask,
Yeah.
The Crow, In the Mouth of Madness,
Wow,
The
Crow's
Santa,
early in the year.
yeah, The
Nice.
Santa Claus,
Good year for movies.
and your personal favorite, Star Trek Generations.
Oh. Well, we can't all be winners.
I like that he honestly thought she was gonna help. Like, bro, come on. I think this should be a more common
Really?
Stephen King trope. The guy that is lured in by the evil only to be betrayed.
He deserves it.
I mean, he does. Do you get it? She's the bad guy now. She's wearing all black.
I'm not the bad guy, Harold.
I am the villain of the story. 10 points in the comments below.
Oh my god. Right. It's September 11th. Shit's gonna get real bad real fast.
Oh, fuck. We have to go back.
I didn't know this was gonna get that dark.
I've been seeing trailers for that decades later sequel to Freaky Friday.
Oh yeah, that's I haven't watched it yet.
I didn't even know it was out.
Yeah, it's coming.
Why?
And then
Who asked for this?
It's a good movie.
It's all right. It's no Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, but you know,
Oh God, don't even say that. Symbolism?
uh, no,
What are
I
they
think
doing?
that's just imagery.
And oh my God, it's Sam Raimi with a 5 o'clock shadow.
Oh my god.
I don't like it.
Okay, so the plague has, been gone a while. The people are dead. Where did he get that can of soda?
No, that's the type of stuff that can last. That's fine. There's still lots of those things lying around. This is such a weird little subplot where it's like, oh, by the way, this judge guy, he's coming as a spy, so we gotta take him out. And oh my God, Lloyd is sleeping with this lady, whatever her name is, and she's the other spy, but he doesn't know that, and I don't know that because I don't remember this character.
But you do remember, you just brought it up. Maybe you're the spy.
Oh my God. This is a step down for Miguel Ferrer roles. He should be sniffing cocaine off of her breasts.
I don't even care about that. The fact that Randall Flagg didn't come in and say "bitches leave" is a crime against humanity.
He does say bitch later, though, in a
That's
very
true.
Freddy Krueger way, and it's amazing.
I mean,
And
that
hey, Sam.
makeup when he transforms is a little Freddy-ish.
Oh, yeah. And hey, Sam Raimi, you're still in this movie. You're like an actual character. It's not just even a
I love
cameo. Like,
shit like that though, where it's just like, yeah, he's in this. We don't know why.
yeah, all of the director cameos are packed into this. Like Sam Raimi, Tom Holland, John Landis, they all appear in this episode.
Yeah,
Oh, they're still dead bodies. That's the one that I'm shocked they got away with. The girl.
yeah.
It's like, ugh, that's some grisly imagery. I love seeing Sam Raimi try to act. It's so adorable. Even though this is supposed to be a really dark, intense, messed up scene, also Sam Raimi's here. It's a
Wait, did
really
you say
weird
you've never
choice.
seen Sam Raimi act?
Well, yeah, but I don't know if he'd consider himself a professional actor.
No, but it's just funny because I remember there is a slasher movie from the '80s in a grocery store, and it pissed me
Oh
off
yeah.
because in the poster it tells you that Bruce Campbell's in the movie. He is not. Sam Raimi is, and he's like a character in that, at least for a few minutes.
That's amazing.
It was a decent movie. Also, the redneck from Evil Dead 2 is in that movie.
No, well, yeah. Oh god, and he's a horrible shot. No, no, Sam Raimi just killed him. This is so like the tone. What is the tone of this scene, Dave? Oh my god, Randall Flagg's pissed. and I'm a little confused by what's going on. So were they just supposed to capture him, not kill
Yes.
him? Is that okay?
But see, this is what I do like is yes, Flag has all these plans and ideas, but he's only as good as the people he recruits, and he recruited a bunch of idiots.
He recruited Sam Raimi.
Yeah,
He's a fan.
he should have recruited Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell would have got it
Uh,
done.
which of these characters would Bruce Campbell be the best fit for?
Oh. In a less serious adaptation, I would love to see him play Randall Flagg.
That'd be great. I was thinking Tom.
No, that's my new answer. Yes, Tom.
M-O-N.
That spells groovy. No, I like the Flag is freaking out when this is arguably the first thing that we've seen go wrong in their plan.
And now he knows, oh my god, that lady he's sleeping with is a spy.
Also, did he eat Sam Raimi or what?
Yes. He ate
What
his
a
face off for some reason.
what a way to go.
Hey, look, it's Shawnee Smith. She's back. We haven't seen her in like 3 episodes, but she's here. I really like these two. Now I just wish this had more build-up. Like, this escalated quickly.
That's a 90s line. I don't even like try to keep up the charade now. Just like I'm caught, I'm gonna go out on my own terms. What is that tie he's wearing?
I don't know.
I don't know what her plan is with that. There's like 6 of them.
Yeah, you'll see.
Or is it just to take out Flag?
Yeah. Doesn't go well. That's the plan.
I recognize that guy too in the back that just said he's the strongest. The problem is I don't know what his character's name is, and I don't know what the actor's name is, so I don't know which person it is.
Yeah, I wonder if you get more of these characters in the book, because again, if I'm gonna nitpick, I feel like for the middle chunk of this miniseries, I do wish we got a bit more of
From the
Randall's
evil.
side. Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that just happens off screen with these bad guys. Like, I am glad to see more Lloyd again, because I think he's one of the more interesting characters. And
No, I
also, if
like
I
this bit from with this actor that's playing Randall. He's got this like
Mhm.
charming, charismatic cult leader thing going on.
Yeah, this scene's great.
He's doing the Jeff Goldblum thing. Dude, imagine Jeff Goldblum as Randall Flagg.
That would be amazing. Also, if I could be shallow for a second, it's fine. We've been recording for 5 hours. I think she's like the most attractive woman in this,
Oh, really?
personally. Yeah, and I'm also like, who is this character? Like, she's in like 2 scenes, and now she's like one of the main people.
That's why they hypnotized him. Randall can't
Yes,
see him.
right. So that is when that is important. That's just not
I
how that
love that
scene
they got
played in.
Randall Flagg to say MOON.
That's probably somebody's ringtone. And like, I don't know who this character is. I don't know who this actress is. But I wish she was in it more because I think she's great in this episode.
That is a weird thing with the books and the book and the movie. From what I remember, the book is I don't understand why they're at war. Like, I get that he's evil, but neither of them seem to make a move on each other. Just all of a sudden they're
Right.
spying on each other.
Yeah, I guess the idea is just, well, his long-term plan is wiping them all out so that then the evil, so to speak, will inherit the earth and
Oh, you know
he's
what?
screwing
No,
his
it's
people.
because Abigail is the one that gives them the mission. We have to stop this guy.
Yeah. I say we should let him mind his own business. I think they can coexist. I think Stephen King was wrong.
Figures you would fall in with Flag.
He's kind of a nice guy.
Is he? He ate Sam Raimi's face.
But he deserved it. It's like, who is the Moon Man? Oh my god. Oh, right in the nuts.
Quickly, he becomes unsettled too. Like, he just immediately loses his cool.
Oh no, the morph effect.
Oh my god, he made it into a banana.
uh, he is a lot less scary with this makeup. Also, dude, the way she unalives herself here, insane.
Yeah.
This is a really shocking moment and very bloody. And he's gonna get the Freddy line. What am I watching? Bitch.
I I love that this omnipresent evil couldn't predict that she might try to do that.
What a way to go, though.
Yeah.
God
I
damn.
couldn't do
But
it.
that's a great scene. That just gets a little weird at the end. It spells moon.
MOON. That spells Robert.
No, it doesn't. Leave me alone. And oh my god, she recognizes him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird how just like stereotypical sadist she is, or like cruel.
Yeah.
He's still alive. He probably wishes he was dead.
Oh yeah. Well, he's got to make some amends first.
Does he? I remember him dying completely unrepentant.
Well, what he writes is to the effect of mistakes were made. I regret every But the note's also kind of pointless because we're not going to see any characters see it.
You know, that is completely in line with everything that's happened to this character.
He also doesn't take full responsibility. I'm sorry, I was misled. It was this bitch's fault.
Well, no, because think about it.
You built a
He,
bomb. You blew people up. I'm
he
sorry, I
loves
was misled.
he loves Fran. She doesn't care. She doesn't return it. He has a big speech when he's about to blow up the bomb. Nick is the only one around, so he can't hear it. Now he just wrote an apology note nobody will read.
And remember that scene earlier when Gary Sinise had a premonition that Harold is hurt? Yeah, we're just doing that scene again where he's like, now Harold's dead. Well,
I
that's
think he's
exciting, right?
becoming the next Mother Abigail because we've established that both Mother Abigail and Randall Flagg had this ability. If Stu is the next leader, maybe that's just part of being the leader.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it. It's just weird that we do that scene twice.
Yeah.
Like,
He's got
something bad happened to
Robert,
Harold.
he's got the
Oh,
shinning.
Nadine, you don't look so good. Again, I love all these landscapes. I love all these shots we get of just nothing. Just new people. Oh, by the way, Trash Can Man, remember him? Again, I'm a little confused what part he played in Flag's plan, because now he's just gonna blow everything up.
You maniac! You blew it all up!
He's not doing too good.
How does it make you feel to know that in the remake this is Ezra Miller?
Oh god.
There was a period there where we really tried to hammer out that like he plays the quirky guy. I don't know if you've ever seen Perks of Being a Wallflower. That might be the best movie he's in. He's
Probably.
probably my least favorite part of that movie. That movie's
Oh,
heavy.
I think this is Tom Holland, the director, not the Spider-Man. And he's gonna get blown up.
That doesn't look like Tom Holland. I saw Spider-Man No Way Home.
That's how he'll look in like 40 years. Give it time. And now he's dead. I love the real explosions. Real
Yeah.
explosions are always great. And I don't know where we shot this, but like those are real planes. That's pretty cool. Instant production value.
He also feels very stereotypical king uh psychopath.
A character that again our heroes are just not aware of or ever interact with.
Honestly, I don't mind that. It makes the world feel bigger.
I think I'd like it more though if he was just this wild card element who wasn't part of Flag's plan. I don't know. It's a weird subplot. He's just the Deus ex machina of the piece. But also the hand of God helps him out. Oh my god. Not Las Vegas.
Now we're at Robert's favorite scene.
Oh no. And now this is a thing we do in fiction sometimes, though, the idea of this character being like seduced by Satan or the devil and then immediately regretting it. This is a trope I've seen before.
That didn't look great.
Nope.
Him coming out of the fire.
It's like, oh my god, middle-aged Fabio?
Uh, not that this matters, but I've seen worse on-screen kisses. That's all I have
Yeah,
to say about this.
and now I'm kicking myself though, because I've seen like this exact scene before, where it's like a love scene, but then she sees the guy like for what he really is, and it's like, oh god, I regret this.
I
I don't
feel
want
like
this.
this is a Dracula staple, but I can't put any
Like
movies to
specific.
that.
Where it's like, oh god, this is not what I signed up for.
But I also don't know if I buy that she's not into this.
Yeah,
Like, why
well,
did
it's
he show
because
his real face?
I don't know. Like you said, the scene goes pretty far, but it's like, she's wearing a bra. It's fine. We can show this on network TV. It's too late. It's also very Freddy Krueger-ish.
I don't know why he has two forms.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it was good for somebody.
Could have done without the like weird grunting he's doing.
That's like 200 pages of the extended cuts, just that scene. Like, wow, King's really going into detail here.
No, no, no. Wait. Okay, this is Larry Underwood's song.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that at all.
Yeah, because I don't know if they even have him mention it in this, but no, in the book, every
They mentioned it
fucking
at the start, yeah.
every fucking time that it switches to his POV, that comes up somehow. That's why Flag is singing it. He's taunting her.
And he still has his guitar. What a moron. Look, it's our three protagonists and other guy tagging along. I think the dog has some more presence than that dude. Yeah, she does not look good. This is where, again, I wish we saw more of the Las Vegas side of things in the middle, just because, I don't know, they seem to be doing fine. They don't seem evil. It looks pretty cool here. this scene gets kind of weird with Shawnee Smith's character, where it's like, wait, is she like suddenly disgusted by him? Is she scared of him? I can't tell how she's playing the scene. And yeah, Nadine's seen better days.
I think it's just she's doing the same thing she did to Nick when Nick shunned her. She's kind of retreating, but she knows that Randall will kill her if she goes psycho.
So one thing I think we're paying off, at least visually. Remember that scene in the tunnel when she left him, when Nadine left him, and then he was like shooting, and then said she felt her cheek get cut or something, and now that cut's there. I don't know what that means, but we're doing something with that. Was that foreshadowing? I don't know.
This is also why I wasn't that upset about them just marrying off Larry to that redhead. In this universe, everyone's dead. You just say you're married. Randall's like, yeah, this is my wife.
That's fine conceptually. I just think you could flesh some of that stuff out. Or you could have cut that character. I don't know.
No, Robert, it's cinema.
Oh. And now she's pregnant with the Antichrist? Question mark. Does the book get into specifics of what his plan is in terms of this child?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
I'm starting to think that Randall Flagg's kind of an asshole. It's starting to occur to me.
I've always also had that question of how responsible is Flag for the virus? Not to sound like a meme, but there is that question of what came first, the virus or Flag?
The way I could interpret it though is this being just more of an opportunity for him to strike. Maybe he has more power now that like most of humanity's dead. I don't know. I don't know how the rules of this universe work, but that's the way I'd prefer to look at it. That he just saw an opportunity and was like, "Oh, here's the chance to make my move and start doing stuff." And the scene is really funny when he gets angry, and we get that morph effect again.
You know, I've seen worse. You know if he changes in the remake.
Yeah, who knows? I just the more we linger on it, just the goofier he looks. I mean, this did win
Yeah,
an Emmy for best makeup, so good for them. But
before I think it
this is
looks
the
good.
stuff I don't think looks great. I don't know. The first Suicide Squad movie won an Oscar for best makeup. Who knows why anything happens?
Who knows why Mad Men do the things they do? Although I think Killer, because that was for Croc, right?
I mean, for the movie in general, but yeah, Killer Croc
It was
makeup was
fine.
good. It was impressive.
You know what? I support that movie winning that Oscar just because I think it's really fucking funny.
Yeah.
DC is an Oscar winner for fucking
You know what did
Suicide Squad.
You know what didn't win best makeup? Robert Eggers' Nosferatu. And I'm
That's a
still upset about it.
travesty.
I think it lost to Wicked.
Boo. Fuck off.
Oh, We saw Count Orlok's penis. Come on. You gotta give the trophy to
That
that.
would be what you're obsessed about. You fucking bastard. You know what? I take back Jeff Goldblum. Give me Christopher Walken as Randall Flagg.
You know. Yeah, my only gripe with this Lloyd character, honestly, is I think you could have made him less evil at the start. Because he gets really interesting when he becomes morally conflicted. Where he's like, yeah, I know Flag's a bad guy, but I don't know, he gave me a chance. Like, it's all I know. It's all I got. Like, some of the scenes with him are
Still there,
really good.
even because like. So I think the bigger problem is they cut out his trial, where
Oh.
he is still a slimy like scumbag. Because in the trial, he tries to blame it all on his partner that was killed.
Hmm.
I just think that he's playing in stakes that he's not used to or ready for. I think that's interesting.
Yeah. Also, why are you putting your hands in your pants like that? What are you doing, Randall? Those aren't your pockets. What is this choice? What is he doing? I do like this ending for her character though. Where she's like, "Oh, I regret this. It turns out being pregnant with the spawn of Satan sucks, and yeah, I'm out. Peace." This is a good little monologue
Monologue.
that she gets. And like I said, it's a very over the top performance, but she really sells it. Again, there's just so many shades of this character she gets to explore. I like this little
I
quiet
know,
moment with him too.
I know in the remake, because I've seen this scene in the remake, they drag this out like she is in labor when she does this.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have done that. If you're gonna do that, go all the way. I want an ending like the freaking like immaculate. Go that far if you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
So, question: do you think Trash Can Man obtains a nuclear missile like a little easily? How do you get the clearance codes?
That's fine.
Hey, Noah arrived safely.
Great.
We're, we're almost done. We have like 50 minutes left. This is where I'm like, where are we going with this? I'm glad you landed safely, Noah. Noah, did you listen to music? Did you watch an airplane movie? What'd you do on your flight? Did you watch 3 hours of The Stand? Did they have that on there?
How was your flight, Noah? Oh, he changed his YouTube name again. Noah Crow Robot.
Robot? Like I said, this is one of those scenes with Lloyd I really like, though, where it's just loyalty. He's like, "Look, I'm seeing this through to the end. I got nothing else." It's just really interesting. It's not even for the cause. It's just like I gotta see this through. I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for Flag. I gotta see this through, even if it means me dying. And hey, look, it's John Landis. Why is he here?
Why not? I mean, is this
Does
before he murdered a bunch of people?
does he look like a hardened mercenary to you?
I mean, there is an argument to be made that these people look way too clean for a world where there's basically nothing left.
Maybe his son Max Landis they could put in the next version. He needs work.
No, no, no. Wait.
Utah. And again, why do they have to just be walking? This is where I'm unclear on how much time is passing, if it's like weeks or months, but they're like walking across the whole freaking country.
Well, it's been at
They're
least
doing fine.
2 months. But you also got to remember that we've seen that a lot of roads are backed up. They don't want to get caught. Because remember, Judge was driving.
That's true.
And we saw how that worked for him. They unfortunately didn't have an in-flight movie, and I forgot to pack the book I wanted to read, so I was very bored. What was the book? And I believe this is where Stu gets hurt.
Yes. And Glenn turns into a stunt double.
No, the best part is this 80-year-old man is about to do this with no problem, but fucking Stu can't.
It's so contrived. Well, he does get through this part, okay.
Why do we live just to suffer?
Oh, Noah says it was Daredevil, the Man Without Fear. That's a
Ah,
comic. That's not a book.
Robert, it's a comic book.
Hmm.
Noah, why didn't you take The Shining, you fraud?
Why didn't you take the stand? You could have
Yeah.
read like a third of it during that flight.
Oh, Noah, Robert, show Noah the thing on your book.
Oh yeah. No, I have a copy of Stephen King's The Stand in very poor condition from 1980 printing, and according to this book, it is soon to be a major motion picture from George A. Romero. I'm still waiting.
And that is the unedited. That is the edited version before it was re-released with 400 extra pages. That might be the original paperback too.
No, like I said, I checked the date and it said 1980s. So
Yeah, but they don't
this,
publish paperbacks right away, do they?
so yeah, maybe this was the first paperback. I guess you're probably right.
That's 78. So
Yeah.
yeah. Noah says, Robert, don't be elitist, and then yo, Romero better get on that shit. Yeah, I'm waiting. They'll CGI resurrect George Romero to direct it.
And oh my God, Gary Sinise has fallen. He's fallen and he can't get up.
Oh my god, his knee. As somebody that has a dislocated knee, that shit hurts just to think about.
Ooh.
Whoa.
And he can't stand anymore, John.
Yeah,
It's
that's
the
why he has
title
to
of the whole thing.
well, that's why he has to go back. He can't make the stand.
Uh,
He's gonna reject modernity and return to monkey.
Coca-Cola will save him. So they're gonna have a really funny conversation here about like God's plan and like, well, she said one of us would fall and I was meant to fall, and as we're gonna see later, he's really just spared because he's not gonna freaking die like all these other guys. So
Yeah.
why do you have to go in the first place?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why. Is it just because it would be out of character for him to not go?
Right. Because that's really how it plays, is like this accident that happens, which again, it's very contrived and it just takes him off the board for no reason, but it's just to spare him so he can live.
Yeah.
But also, why did he fall? And what is he, stupid?
Why do we fall? To pick ourselves back up.
So he can learn how to go back and be the new Mother Abigail.
In order to save this the day, I have to become the stand.
You gotta leave me, Larry. If he wants me to eat, he'll send food. If he wants me to drink, he'll send rain. Okay, that's only partially how this works. You still gotta be proactive. You still gotta do something, Stu. Let's refer back to the book. To stand. Epic terror to chill your dreams. Price slightly higher in Canada. Good disclaimer.
Fuck you, kid.
About the author. Stephen King grew up in Maine, if you can believe it. He and his wife Tabitha have 3 children. He is the author of the best-selling books Carrie, Salem's Lot, The Shining, and Night Shift. His new novel, The Dead Zone, will also be available. Has Night Shift been adapted? I don't know what that one is.
Night Shift. It's like one of his short stories.
Or yeah, like a short story collection, maybe.
Yes, that is his first collection of short stories. What is this? Oh, weird. He has a story in here called Jerusalem's Lot,
Oh,
but I don't know. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the book Salem's Lot.
that's weird.
That's where Trucks comes from,
Oh, there you go.
and the Lawnmower Man, and Children of the Corn.
Yay!
So
It's
all the
not
ones that get
weird
really shitty adaptations.
that-
Oh, this is also where the Boogeyman came from. We just got an adaptation of that a
Wow.
couple years ago. I don't know if you've seen that, but
I have not. And yeah, of all those short stories, why is Trucks the one he wanted to direct himself?
I'm
His
so happy he
Maximum
did.
Overdrive. Oh, we'll watch it. Don't you worry. Noah asked if we think Romero could have done a good stand movie. Maybe.
Yes,
I don't know
but
what
he
that
would have
looks
needed
like.
at least two movies.
Or it would have been really gutted.
Yeah.
Um,
Or
would've been
knowing him,
interesting.
it probably would have been like the plague has already happened, and we just jump into the good and evil.
I also have a hard time picturing him going the hopeful ending route. I feel like Romero's version of this is a lot darker and more
Yeah.
cynical.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of these have been adapted. There's one in here called The Woman in the Room that apparently Frank Darabont adapted at the beginning of his career.
Oh, weird.
I've never heard of this. It's probably not available. It sounds like it was a student film.
Hmm, interesting. But so Romero's The Stand fell through, but at least a couple years later, him and King did make Creepshow together. So at least they did collaborate.
What King books do you think would have been perfect for Romero? Um, he would have done a cool Dead Zone.
Yeah, yeah, you've been a good fit for that. Ooh, Romero's It could have been pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's my pick. He also would have really gutted it, probably for the better.
Yeah, just make it about the kids coming of age.
But not that scene. Not that scene where they literally.
That would have been like the last half hour of the movie.
Oh god.
I think he would have done an interesting Carrie.
Yeah. I talked about this before, though. It is interesting just how many big names of the 70s and 80s did do King adaptations. You've got De Palma,
Well,
Tobe
he starts off
Hooper.
the bat. First one is De Palma.
Yeah. And then you get Hooper,
Kubrick.
Romero, Kubrick, Carpenter with Christine. And then a lot of the big ones got to do a Sam Raimi movie. Not a Sam Raimi, a Stephen King movie, except for Sam Raimi.
You're really
I
gonna
got
be
there.
hung up on that, huh?
A Sam Raimi Stephen King movie could have been pretty cool.
Oh wait, it just says it lists the film adaptations from because I'm still on the Wikipedia page for Night Shift. So we got Children of the Corn, Cat's Cat's Eye, Maximum Overdrive, Graveyard Shift, The Mangler, and The Boogeyman for films are all adapted from this book, and then you've got some TV stuff too,
You
like
know what?
trucks.
Sam Raimi's Children of the Corn could have been pretty cool. I think he could have made that work. That could have been
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, no,
Like,
I would watch that.
why are these three men holding hands? What are they, gay?
Whoa, you can't say that.
Except for this shot. But then in the next shot, they'll be holding hands again. Minor continuity error.
Noah, can we do something on Maximum Overdrive? Robert wants to.
I would very much like to. Noah, can you remind us when are you getting back? And you know what today is, Noah? Today was March 14th, the day that crabs fries.
I love that they're under arrest for checks notes walking down the road.
This other guy with him, he is just right out of a faith-based movie. From this point to the end, like his attitude, his manner, his his very specific smugness that I'm very familiar with.
Noah says he will be back after the 21st.
Okay, that's not too long. He's like after the 21st. I'm not gonna say when. Could be in 2 years. You don't know. But this bad guy here just looks like character actor man who's also probably been in a million things. It's funny because he punched an old guy.
And like,
You can feel it, can't you? It's ending. It's almost over.
we're in the
We've been
end
here for
game
five
now.
and a half hours.
We're in the end game now.
Las Vegas. We made it. Oh my god. That's how you know Randall Flagg's evil. He just killed the cockroach.
You maniac! You blew it up! Oh god, he's got a blue filter on him.
This starts showing a lot more of Flag's blue lightning powers, and they don't look great.
Yeah, that's a little ambitious for the time.
And we talked about this up top, though. I mean, just has to be restated. This is quite the accomplishment and really impressive, especially after it, which outside of Tim Curry's performance does not have a lot going for it. But they put a lot more money and care into this, and I really do respect that. Like this was a
Yeah,
very ambitious
I
project.
like the characters.
I do too. And discussing Stephen King adaptations is so interesting because I feel like for a lot of people they're just like Stephen King adaptations those suck. There's like maybe a couple good ones, but that's incorrect. There are a lot of good ones. There's a lot of bad ones. I mean, you get
There's
everything. You
so
get so
many
much
at this
variety.
point.
So but again, like there's a good dozen or so really good ones, I'd
I
say.
like that. Uh, this old guy kind of reads Flag for rights, and Flag's just like, shoot him.
Yeah. And again, I like Lloyd's hesitancy here. He's like, it's just an old guy. I don't really want to shoot him. As opposed to the old guy I shot in the first episode, but it's fine. That was like months ago. Like I said, I like his inner turmoil.
Yeah,
Lloyd's
but he
very
maybe
conflicted about it.
chooses the wrong path.
He does. And it's out of anger. It's out of frustration. I regret everything.
I
I knew
regret
I
being
shouldn't.
in the stand.
I knew I should have left my comfy home. It was just me and my dog. We were fine. Now that would have been shocking if Glenn's like final words were, "Oh, this is a bad idea. Fuck Mother Abigail. I hate her now.
I hate
Dying
them.
sucks." And these guys are holding hands again.
There's so much uh, homoeroticism in this.
Yeah, I'm joking about that, but honestly, it's kind of refreshing to see this kind of like intimacy between male characters. You rarely see that back in the '90s. Like that.
No,
This
that
that
was too
surprises me.
close to. I'm going to quote Red Letter Media, but you had to have the not gays.
Right, which I mean, I guess you could say we get for Larry because he's married now. I guess we don't get it for the other guy. Like, yeah, he could be. I don't know.
No, because I don't know if you've watched their review on Bill and Ted, but they're like
Hmm.
they are very careful to establish that even though these two are best friends, they are not
Yes.
gay.
And once you see that, like, you can't unsee it. Anytime you have male friends and something, it's like, don't worry, they have girlfriends. We're not trying to rock the boat here. It's like, yeah. Oh, hey, Gary Sinise is still alive.
So Stu, where does this fall in with the plan where you choke to death because you're got an infection? And getting that dirt in it is not going to help.
Is he gonna do it? Can he make the climb? He can't stand, John. He
You have to
can't
make the
make the stand.
stand.
Stu's reaction is, "Oh no, not you. You're still alive?" Tom's like, "I'm back. I didn't really contribute much, but I'm back."
That Star Wars thing where it relies on this mysticism side of the story too much.
Maybe just a little. It's
In
almost like if we
Momo in, that spells plot hole.
no, it does. It's almost like if we never sent Tom or Stu on either of these missions, it would have been the same outcome. Nothing different would have happened.
Denise also wouldn't have been a bad Joel.
No.
He's the right age.
I mean, he's got to be in his 60s now, so he's maybe a little older. But
How
like,
old do you
he would
think
have been
Joel
retired.
is?
Well, I mean, he's about 50 in the
Yeah,
first one.
that's fine. 50s, 60s, it's all the same.
And then, oh god, by the way, if it wasn't clear enough, these guys are bad guys. They're Nazis now, I guess. God, this guy. It's such a specific performance. I've seen in so many faith-based movies. Just that head shaking smile. That forgive them, Lord. They know not what they do. I'm also gonna fucking that.
Oh, so that movie, The Boogeyman that I was talking about, that's a newer King adaptation. That is written by the people who wrote and directed The Heretic from last year, which I
Oh,
haven't seen yet, but I've heard it's not bad.
yeah. I'm curious to check it out.
When are we gonna watch The
Boo.
Lawnmower Man?
Oh God. Boo. Jesus allegory something.
Robert is
Also,
outraged.
look at our fake guns. We have so many fake guns.
We have so many fake guns, you have no idea.
No, not the guitar. You animals. Disco's dead. What does that even mean? You smashed a guitar. So, these guys just get sent here to die? But,
So,
like, what do they do?
so this feels like the part that's from where, oh, this is a TV movie. They're crucifying them, but they can't actually do a crucifixion.
Is this different in the book?
Says the man with a copy of it right behind him.
It's fine. But again, I'm impressed by the amount of extras. Like, wherever we shot this, you don't see this many extras in newer shows. It's impressive. It's also a
It
little
doesn't
confusing
say
because
on the
they
wiki page because I was just looking for like a quick summary. It just says that they're to be executed.
well, they say that they're gonna rip them apart, but I'm like, how? Are they just gonna keep pulling on the chains or something? I'm a little confused. Like I said, Flack's kind of a cool guy. He's got an audience. They seem to be doing well. Just ignore the Nazi flags.
So apparently, the
Also,
thing in the unedited version is like a new epilogue
oh,
where you find out that Randall Flagg is still alive.
oh, okay, that makes sense. So he's not killed by a Danuke. Remember what you see here. We're doing a Jesus. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Okay, so I think I have a read. They are sent to distract everyone so that the trash man can get in here with the nuke.
Okay, okay. That's something.
Also, Stephen King didn't know how to end this fucking thing. So he's just like, the hand of God.
It's also really funny that Randall Flagg, again, cool guy, says, this might be a little intense for children. You guys can leave. Establishing that there are children here who are gonna get nuked. But it's fine.
That guy right there. Who is that?
I don't know. Why does the guy have a
Whitney, the
camera?
stand.
Why is a gimp here? So many questions. But he's the guy who was talking to Lloyd earlier about leaving. Oh, and somebody here has a Confederate flag.
Okay, I know why. I know why I know him and you don't. He has a big role on Angel.
Oh. And he just got electrocuted with the blue lightning.
Yep.
Oh my god, the ending's coming. Oh my god.
Robert, you
Trash.
fraud. He's also in Critters 2.
Oh, good for him. Another Mick Garris picture. So you just brought him over into this.
That was a questionable take.
God, the makeup here is just so disgusting on him. He doesn't even look human anymore. That's great. It's a bomb. this
What happened to him?
he melted from the sun. And Shawnee Smith gets electrocuted from the dead guy? What? Why not just have her get blown up in the nuke? And why does he look like Deadpool now? I have many questions. Like I said, I like the idea of this conclusion. I just don't know if it's earned.
I'm trying to remember if they do go full book route.
Oh, yeah, we get there.
Oh, yeah, here it goes. This is what I mean by I don't know if Stephen King knew how to end this.
Nope. Just, you could have set off the bomb in any way, but this is what you do?
And unfortunately, they're stuck with it because this is how it happens in the book.
Okay, so Randall Flagg shot a lightning bubble out of his fingers that killed Whitney, and then the lightning bubble comes out of Whitney's corpse and turns into the hand of God that is being guided by Mother Abigail. Yes?
Yes.
Why?
What about that doesn't make sense?
And she's just gonna set off the nuke. Uh, this could be a little bit. She's like, come home.
So,
You two can be martyrs.
did you see that
It's
ending
fine.
coming?
Nope. I think I just accepted it by this point. I was like, sure.
Oh god, that was
Why
rough.
not? Yep. God, so many morph effects. It's like you're just getting little glimpses, just little slivers of the bad CGI that'll be a lot more prominent in Mick Garris's adaptation of The Shining.
Yep. Are you ready to do that?
Yay, we'll get to it.
Well, you haven't actually seen that, have you?
I've seen parts of it.
Okay.
We'll get to it. And I saw a rider on a pale horse. It's like, dude, that's not a pale horse. That's a mushroom cloud.
It's a giant mushroom. Maybe it's friendly.
Friend mushroom. These are two different things.
It's fine. They're all the same.
Well, that was a pretty good ending. We wrapped everything up, and oh my god, there's 17 minutes left.
Ah, Jesus. What are we
Yeah,
doing here, Robert?
do you think? And okay, and I'm gonna bring up something I think does work better. Do you think he's going for with a nuke going off? He's going for another boiler room ending from The Shining, except that I think was done better.
Maybe I something. The wrath of God is equivalent to a nuke. Maybe
But also, how do you defeat evil? You blow it up.
I.
Those
It's hard
explosions
to
kill
read that
ghosts.
ending because it really just does feel like he didn't know how to end it. So he just threw his hands up in the air and said, "The fucking hand of God shows up out of nowhere." Meanwhile, in Utah,
Yay.
remember when
The
color
car.
TV was a big deal? Hey, Robert, MOON, that spells peanut butter and jelly.
No, it doesn't. Shut up. Shut up.
I can't tell who you dislike more, him or Justin from Turbo Power.
Oh, well, Justin's the devil. This guy's fine. Also, Tom, my boy, don't try to feed him sandwiches. That bread can't be good. Unless somebody's making fresh bread, sliced and everything. That can't be good. That shit expires in a week.
Fine.
You're trying to kill him. Stu is gonna die from bad bread. And now Tom's eating it.
MOON, that spells bad bread.
No, it doesn't. And then this scene's freaking weird. Why is he looking at all like the deer head? Like, what are we doing?
Now, before you watch this, I knew you knew about the MOON thing, but did you know that he used it for basically every word?
No.
How quickly did that get old for you?
Very quickly. Even though I do like him. His performance is great. And this is where, again, Rob Lowe's like, I'm back. Because.
So did Nick die?
Yes.
Okay.
He blew up.
You maniacs! You blew him up!
I mean, I like the dramatic irony. Like, Stu gets a really good line where, after all this, I'm gonna die from a freaking flu after all. Like, that's funny. I still think you could have trimmed a lot of this out. Like, do we need this? He already
I'm
has the
looking.
busted leg. Does he also need to get sick?
There's a Wikipedia page that shows like the characters and like what they look like in both adaptations. Why does he have an eye patch in the remake? He's
Because
mute and uh, deaf, and now he can only see out of one eye.
it's an homage to the cinematographer who lost his eye making Maximum Overdrive.
Oh. No wonder he died. He probably wanted to.
But John, don't you know he's dumb? That's what we call people who are missing an eye. They're dumb.
That's fine. Yeah, I always forget Nick dies in this.
Yeah, he blew up.
You
I
blew him
love it.
up.
I love the way Gary Sinise plays the scene though. He's like, I'm gonna freaking die. In the arms of this guy of all people. Like, he's really selling it. Yeah, do you get the feeling that maybe we are spinning our wheels now where it's like we can wrap
Yeah.
this up? Why?
Can-
I don't know why this is still going.
No, because there is one more scene in this epilogue that I think is important. You could just cut to that.
Yeah. And here we have a fake out crying scene. Like, oh no, Stu didn't make it. Oh, just kidding. There he is. He's fine.
MOON, that means alive.
No, it doesn't. Shut up. Shut up.
MOON, that spells friend. You can do that on the next Smallville commentary. MOON, that spells Clark. Still put this in the upper echelon of King adaptations.
Yeah. Maybe not top 5, but top 10 for sure.
It would make my top 10. It's better than It Chapter 2. That's the bar.
Yeah.
But it is not better than It Chapter 1.
No. But I'd put it above the It miniseries. And I mean, God, one day we can do the Langoliers and Tominakas.
I don't know if I can stare at the Langoliers for however long that is. That CGI makes me uncomfortable. How do they get that working?
I don't know. But look, they got the snowmobile from The Shining. It's all connected.
Well, I mean, this is in that same area.
I know where to stay. It's called the Overlook Motel. No.
There he is.
Boulder Free Zone. What do you have against boulders? He's back. Stephen King's like, I'm still here. I can act, damn it.
Stephen King is very excited.
Having him play this character is probably a mistake. Because he's going to deliver some sad exposition in a second, and I don't think he delivers it well.
Why are you playing it like this?
I don't know.
Oh, because it's got the flu.
Oh, Stephen King's trying to act.
Yeah, I would have had somebody else deliver that. His voice is just like the wrong. Oh God,
It's still going.
dear God, it's growing bigger. MOON. That spells dog.
That dog did not want to be in that shot. He was dragged into frame.
My favorite one of those is I think it's one of the 007 movies Austin was telling me about where you can see the cat's like freaking out on screen.
That's the only look twice. It's Donald Pleasance and that cat's just like having a moment.
Why? Why are you torturing me like this?
And again, I get the idea here though that the birth of this child is not easy. It comes into the world suffering, and oh God, is it going to be sick? Is it going to be immune? What's going to happen? The ambiguity of it all. Like I like
Yeah,
that
but
it's a
after
struggle.
6 hours, like, come on. To be fair, this wasn't meant to be binged.
That is correct.
So now we have a decent measure of time. It hasn't been a full year,
Right.
anywhere from 7 to 9 months.
I believe the crisis is past. You mean, oh, she's dead. She's dead as a doornail. That is a dead baby. Try again.
Meat's on the menu, boys. And that is the kind of humor you only get after I've been watching something for almost 6 hours.
And oh God, it's hideous. Oh God, look at it.
Oh, they mentioned Captain Trips.
Oh,
Robert, that baby grows up to be Justin from Power Rangers.
No. And Abigail's spirit will live on in a white baby.
No, wait.
Hey, look, redhead lady's here. Except her husband didn't get to come back. Sucks for her, I guess. But she's pregnant, which means she'll have to be a single mom. So that blows. But at least she has mute kid with her still. Oh my God, they died standing. It's so poetic and sad, even though it wasn't really by choice. They were getting strung up by bad guys.
They willingly walked to their death.
They got out on their feet.
To talk about Harry Potter again for just a second, that is one thing that really draws me into that is you have a chosen one who's chosen to die, and he willingly does it, and not enough people talk about that moment because it's so good.
That's great.
And Dumbledore's a bastard. He was only 17. Oh God, that's truly the thing of nightmares. Just poorly rendered Mother Abigail on the glass.
Oh my god, the baby's haunted. We have a ghost in the hospital, John. Oh god.
MOON, that spell ghost.
Downer ending. Why are you haunting us, Mother Abigail?
Why are you still alive? Oh wait, I think this
Oh
is.
god.
Never mind. This is all the people that died.
Yes. Which again, when blonde lady pops up, I'm like, oh, she died? I guess I missed that.
You know what they should? You know, who should remake this James Gunn, and he should do this exact sequence to people who died from the Suicide Squad.
Good. There's 5 of us left. Happy ending.
We did it.
Ah, Gary Sinise is looking at me.
Well, that was our 6 hour commentary. If you're watching live, thanks for hanging out. If you're watching this pre recorded, thanks for that. Be sure to hit that like or subscribe. We'll see you guys on the next one. If you're watching live, we're going to be here for a few more minutes. Oh, Robert, I'm tired. Oh,
We did it.
we did it.
You beat the stand.
We watched all 6 hours of The Stand. How does it feel?
Pretty good.
Do you feel like you just wasted part of your life?
Nah, it's fine. I'm
All
probably
right.
gonna regret saying this. What's funny is we have to start the Walking, not the Walking Dead, The Last of Us in like a couple weeks, and I think that's good. I mean, we're not gonna do the whole season one night, but I do expect that to go a lot faster than this.
Yeah. We'll also
Even if
have
we do
more.
the first like 4 or 5 episodes, I think that'll go by much quicker.
Yeah, except you're gonna hate watching episode 3 with me because that's gonna be an argument. I can already feel it.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay, so Robert, you mentioned you had 2 picks in case the first one doesn't pan out. So what was your first instinct pick?
My first pick, which would be a great follow up to this, but it's not currently streaming for free, so we don't have to if that's a problem for you. But I would love to make you watch Mick Garris's Stephen King's Sleepwalkers, baby.
Okay,
But it's not streaming, so if you don't want to, we can save that for later.
is that a comment like a blind commentary or?
As a blind commentary, I don't want you watching that ahead of time. We'll just do
Okay.
that as a commentary. It'll be a first watch. But if you don't want to do that, my other option, which would equally be a good follow up to this, is Stephen King's Maximum Overdrive because it's streaming on Tubi and Amazon Prime right now.
Noah wants to do Maximum Overdrive, so if he's here, we'll do that.
Okay,
If he's
and it's going to be
not,
for a few weeks.
yeah,
Next week we have the Friday 13th movies, and
yeah,
then after
and then
that
we
we'll
got to
probably
do
be
that
Last
Last
of
of
Us.
Us. So
Yeah,
let's
so
put a. Let's say if we'll do a twofold choice. If it's just me and you, we will do Sleepwalkers. It's fine. I'll work around it. If Noah's
Okay.
here, then we'll do Maximum Overdrive.
That sounds good to me. I'm excited for either choice.
Hell yeah, I am
For
too.
peak Stephen King.
All right.
Sleepwalkers is a trip, man, and Maximum Overdrive is just awesome. I mean, it's bad,
Robert,
but it's great.
we've hit that time of the night. It is MOON. That means it's over.
No, it doesn't. But also, thank God.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We will see you guys this Sunday for some Resident Evil 2 for the PS2. Just kidding, it was the GameCube. Um, and the next Thursday, we will be back with Doom. Have a good night, everybody.
Later.